Good morning, guys, and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Happy Tuesday. Hope you guys can hear me. Hope everything sounds okay. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I can see on the chat already Javier Hernandez, poor guy, already been blocked. What a damn shame. Robert, good morning, big bro. Don Mitch in the house. Thank you for being here with me today. My man, always in here supporting this young migrant who has become an American citizen. I appreciate that support and that love. Thank you so much, man. Ender in the house. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you guys for being here and waiting for me. We are going to have some class is going to be in session today. We're going to have some learning. We're going to be doing some learning. We're going to learn about communist Cuba. Yeah, last night the DSA piqued my curiosity, and I was forced to go to their website. So we're going to go and check out the DSA website. I know, it's a dirty work. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. Might as well be me. Might as well be me. And, well, I went straight to the website, and I started reading some of the articles. And of course, I'm trying to find the worst of the worst, but we'll get into it in a little bit here. Marjorie Trader Green. I got an interesting fact that you probably didn't know about her. Yeah, that's coming up. That's coming up. First, let me go ahead and read off a tweet here from President Trump on Truth Social. Truth Social. President Trump says, let me go ahead and try to put this on screen so that you guys can see that I'm not making this up. That's one of my favorite songs, by the way, just in case you were wondering why I got that corny ass beat on there. And that is because it's one of my favorites. All right, with that being said, here is the tweet from the president. And he says, "It is my great honor to endorse America First patriot, Amanda McKinney. Amanda McKinney, who is running to represent the wonderful people of Washington. Washington's 4th district, congressional district, a very successful business executive, civic leader, and a highly respected Yakima County commissioner. Amanda has dedicated her life to serving her community." I will say more about this. "As your next congresswoman, Amanda will fight tirelessly to grow our economy, keep our borders secure, stop migrant crime, support our incredible military veterans, unleash American energy dominance, cut taxes and regulations, promote made in the USA, defend our always under siege Second Amendment, and ensure peace through strength. Amanda McKinney has my complete and total endorsement to be the next representative from Washington 4th Congressional District. Election day is Tuesday." That is today. August the 4th. Get out and vote. Give me a second. Oh, man. I have not been getting any freaking sleep. I'm so pissed off. I told you yes yesterday when I started the morning. I know I did 7 hours or 6, whatever hours it was. You know, guys, how I love doing this podcast. And I haven't been getting any sleep. So, when I don't get sleep, unfortunately, that's when I get sick. I feel nauseous today. I don't feel so well. But you get to judge how I am throughout the day. With that being said, I was feeling very tired yesterday. We finished the whole day. Thank God for the strength to do it. And yeah, it sounds like COVID. And last night, man, it's just this thing in my mind. It's just thoughts and ideas. And maybe I'm going to be one of those old men that hears voices all the time. And I don't know. It's crazy. You never know. Diseases. We're as humans, we're very fragile creatures. We really are. But anyways, I had all these thoughts, and I was thinking about everything today. It feels almost like, you ever play sports and it's game day, You know what I'm saying? Like you're not nervous, but you're kind of thinking about how you're gonna play, what plays you're gonna do, and you start thinking about your training and all this stuff. Well, that's kind of how I feel, when I go to sleep because I have all this information here that I want to share with you, but I can't share it with you at 1 in the morning, at 2, at 3, 4:30. You know what I'm saying? I gotta wait. I gotta wait till 9 a.m. I gotta wait till 9 a.m. That's when I can do it. So I have all these things in my head, and I just can't shut it down. I always forget. I'm gonna try to do some melatonin. Melatonin. The thing. And it's just like it's crazy. I think about Washington. I think about the United States, and I think about the military, and I think the veterans, and I think about all these libtards that are destroying our country, and I think about all these communists, just being put into our Congress. Our Muslims are trying to destroy our country. This and that. You have all of these enemies that are infiltrating our government, and for Pete's sakes, nobody is doing anything about it. It seems like, even though there's a lot of voices out there, speaking the truth and everything, and just this communists dressed as socialists, they're getting in, man. They're getting in, and it's unbelievable that these people are actually getting votes. It's very alarming that we have that many people with mental problems. I have mental problems. I can't shut down the thoughts. I can't shut down the voices. Man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Anyways, blame it on the ADDHD. Anyways, so what I wanted to say about this endorsement, I don't know who the hell Amanda McKinney is, and I hope she does a good job. I lived in Yakima. I lived there for a year as I was doing a missionary work. And guy got stabbed in the stomach waiting for a bus to go to work. Family got shot, drive-by shooting. Mom, dad, kids, all gone. Drive-by shooting, Yakima. My kids playing in the front yard. My wife tells me there's a guy that tried to pull a gun on them while my kids were playing in the yard just because my wife was wearing a red shirt. Very scary stuff. Very scary stuff. As President Trump says, if I was there, that would have never happened. We like to think so. We would like to think so. This is why I don't blame him. When he says we're no wars, you really shouldn't. Well, he didn't say, "I promise America, I promise America, I promise no new wars." I don't think I ever heard him say that. But people swear up and down that he swore no new wars. So far, well, we haven't. And speaking of wars. Anyways, let me close up before I go. So you see what I'm saying? All the information in my head. Let me close up. I hope that she is as phenomenal as President Trump says. I don't know. Maybe he's hoping for the best. Rush Bay will probably tell me a lot more information since she is from Eastern Washington. She's not from Yakima, but she is from Eastern Washington. Maybe she has more insights than I do. But I hope she does a good job. All I know is that there's a lot of gang activities, a lot of violence in Yakima, Washington. And so they're also dealing with wildfires as well in Eastern Washington. There is a clip, there is some information that I have that there was a man that was charged, I think, with starting a fire here in Washington. We'll get to it here in a little bit, okay? We'll get to it in a little bit. All right, so that's the one post that I wanted to share with you guys from my Truth Social. And let me see. Where do I start? Let me see. Why don't we just get over the information here from Washington State. So a suspect was arrested here in Washington, and it says All Trails Fire man has been arrested. So let's take a look and see what this is about. This is, it's a 22-minute video, I guess, but we're not going to watch all of it. It really is mostly the sheriff, the county sheriff, giving us the information on it. But I don't know. Maybe we'll just leave. You know what? Let's just leave that for later. Let's leave that for later so that we can watch the whole thing. It'll probably just be better that way. All right, let's go ahead and start with Marjorie Taylor Greene. What do you know about Marjorie Taylor Greene? Good morning, Jose Duarte. How are you? In and out. I think I already said hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. We are just getting started, rambling off every morning like we always do. But my friends, before we continue, let me just say salud. Stay thirsty. That's what I got to say. Stay thirsty. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Interesting story. Very interesting story. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Did you know that this woman, she's not as stupid as you think? I realized after you do some research, you tend to know a little bit more. Maybe you guys already knew this. Maybe I'm being a little bit behind the news, so to speak. Behind the news, so to speak. Marjorie Taylor Greene qualified for a deferred federal congressional pension by timing her resignation. Interesting. Fucking corrupted people. You just never know. Marjorie Taylor Greene qualified for a deferred federal congressional pension by timing her resignation to cross the mandatory 5-year service threshold. Now that, my friends, is some great investment. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me tell you something. A lot of people say, "Oh my God, President Trump wouldn't have won if it wasn't for Marjorie Taylor Greene." It is the opposite. Nobody would know shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene if it wasn't for President Donald J. Trump. And that's a fact. That is a fact. Sworn in January 3rd, 2021, with her resignation effective January 5th, 2026, giving her 5 years and 3 days of service. Well. And she's going to be making bank. You know what I'm saying? She's going to be making bank. Let's take a look about how much money she is going to be making every month. You guys crazy, huh? You guys think I'm crazy? I am crazy. Check this out. She's going to be making roughly a payout amount estimated at $8,700 per year. She is going to be getting some free $725 a month. And she's going to get $725 a month until she reaches the age of 62 years old. That's how that works, my friends. So Marjorie Taylor Greene just gave herself a couple of dollars cash, just pocket change. Pocket change so she can buy pizza for the kids on the weekends. Oh, man, that's just crazy. I thought that story was crazy. It's like, I don't know, man. $725. It might seem nothing to you, but that's just like cheating the welfare system, trying to get those free food stamps. Not only that, but she also benefited from insider trading. That's crazy, right? That is crazy. She's made millions. While being in office. Yeah, that's right. She didn't just serve, to be this little angel serving the people. That's not all she did. That's a chair. I was wondering when I was reading this, and I was like, oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene is back in the headlines again. I was like, okay, who did she sleep with this time? You know what I mean? Like, who did she end up cheating on now? Like, this is what you expect to hear from all these bad news that you get. on these media reports. Look at that. That's how she got famous, defending President Donald J. Trump. Of course, that's how it is. President Trump makes everybody famous. That's just the way it is, man. People can hate on Trump all they want, but that is really the truth. The truth behind it is that he makes everybody famous. I don't know what it is. It's just the man's got the touch. Green has used her online presence to criticize Trump on everything from his handling of the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files to his disastrous war on Iran. However, Green was far more wholesome in one of her latest social media posts. Let me see if do I get to more? Where is my story? Oh, man, I think I might have deleted it. Shit. Yeah, I think I might have deleted it. All right, so I got the wrong... dang it, man, I got the wrong clip. It's all good. That's all good. That's all the story that I have for you. Hey, thank you for watching the Dennis Herrera Show. We'll see you tomorrow. That's horrible. What the hell happened to my link? I had a link that I had ready for you guys to go over. All right, I guess we're just gonna jump into the DSA. Who is ready to learn about the DSA? If you came to the Dennis Herrera Show to get informed or to get educated on some things that you may not know, well, I guess today is your chance. Now, who knows about the Bay of Pigs? Any Hispanics on here? Any Americans who know some that are history gurus? Anybody knows about the Bay of Pigs? Now, I kind of, a little bit, I remember when I was in elementary school, we learned about these things. I know, it's crazy. Elementary, can you believe this? In elementary school in Honduras, I was learning about the Bay of Pigs. It's crazy. In elementary school, we had geography as a class. That is crazy, ain't it? We talk about the 7 continents. Talk about all the countries, as many countries as we can memorize. It's crazy. It's crazy. The education that they used to give us in Honduras back in the day was it was nuts. It was nuts. And then I come to the United States, and the gringos are very slow. The gringos were very retarded in the school. I am sorry, guys. It's going to be offending people today. But it is the truth. I can't believe that I graduated high school, my 12th year in school here in the United States, and the students still didn't know where Honduras is. Honduras is 2 countries down south from the United States of America. For Pete's sakes, you don't know where Honduras is? Unbelievable. And some of you here that are 70s, 60s are probably saying, shit, where is Honduras? It is what it is, man. When it's not important to you, who gives a shit? That's just the way it works. That's just how it works. All right. Well, today we're going to give you guys some insight. First of all, let's go to their website. Here we go. Let's go to their website. This is, yes, I that piqued my interest. Democratic Socialist of America. Now, I want you to read this with me, and I want you to understand how. Let me make this a little bit bigger here. Let me see. Yeah, I want you to understand how they are teaching the younger generation that don't know about history. Okay? Now, the biggest thing that you will notice in here is the Trump administration is lying about Cuba. Again, now, just to kind of set it, put it into perspective, the Cuban government has always been perfect, fighting for the people and the freedom of all Cubans in the island. It is unbelievable to me that anybody will say anything bad about Cuba. The government was fantastic. Fidel Castro, one of the heroes that Cubans adore, even worship. Yeah, Fidel Castro never did anything wrong. Now, this just shows me, or it should show you why I appreciate what Trump did in Venezuela. But anyways, let's go ahead and read and see how they put Cuba in on the map. And let's take a look. I know this might be boring for some of you. I apologize, but this has to be out. This is truth that has to be put out there, okay? You got to know the truth. It is what it is. You might not like it, but you still have to know the truth. All right, let me go ahead and change that so that you can see the bigger document. Now, you guys can go to the dsausa.com website and look at these things for yourself. You can go and learn what they are all about, etc., etc., etc. Here we go. Trevor Johnson says there's nothing but lies coming out of the White House. Oh, Trevor, stick around. You'll get your chance. All right, here we go. So this says here, the Democrat, May 22 of 2026, that is this year, the Democratic Socialists of America condemns the indictment of former President Raul Castro. Boy, I'm telling you right now, just the beginning of that read, I'm already fatigued. These morons really believe that the former President Raul Castro was a hero for Cuba. This is how retarded the Socialist Democrats of America are. Oh, I got some good information for you. If you think that we failed the Bay of Pigs, yeah, we did. But I bet that you never ask yourself a question. Why? Why did we fail? We'll get to it. Former President Raul Castro is the latest measure in its ongoing mission of imperialistic regime change in Cuba. Imperialistic regime change in Cuba. Oh, boy. This indictment is an obvious pretext for the invasion of the peaceful and sovereign Republic of Cuba. We condemn it. We condemn in the strongest possible terms any and all acts of of United States imperialism. That's one of the veterans, which I think for the service, 24 years in the military, he called the U.S. imperial empire. Very interesting how this matches how the way he talks. We condemn in the strongest possible terms any and all acts of U.S. imperialism, be it financial, legal, or military, against Cuba. We instruct chapters to mobilize against any escalating aggression towards Cuba. I like how they say towards Cuba. First of all, the government, the communist government that is destroying the Cuban people, that is not the Cuba that we are trying to change. To try to protect. We are trying to protect the Cubans, which, let me remind you, the communist government in Cuba, it's so great. Cubans are fleeing for their lives. They're starving. Now, these guys are blaming the United States of America. Well, there's more for it. Here, let me drop you a golden nugget. You ready for this? Mexico gave millions of dollars, listen to this, to Cuba. Yeah, not on food. No, not with food. Not with help with infrastructure. No, none of that. With communist literature. That's the humanitarian help that Mexico gave Cuba, plus some free oil. Interesting that Cubans don't have free gas. The only people that got the free oil from Mexico is the communist Cuba regime. The actual people, as it is in every freaking country that we fight, and I try to explain this to the soldier that called in, our veteran that called in. Every time we go into a country to attack, it's not just because we are bullies. It's not even because we're bullies. It's because we don't like bullies. We went to Vietnam to fight communism. Well, we attacked Japan because they surprised us. The Japanese are very good at surprises. Venezuela's communist government was so awesome. Over 8 million Venezuelans said, sayonara, I'm out of here. I'd rather go anywhere else in the world but to be here in Venezuela. Interestingly enough, everybody, every American and every person that is in the United States of America says how much they hate the United States of America, but guess what they do? They want to stay here. They want to come here. Oh, F the USA. The USA is so horrible. It's so bad. But I got to live in it. If there's one thing that I have learned, that people that are in other countries, when they say their country sucks and that they want to leave, they leave. It doesn't happen here in America. Everybody that says negative things about the United States of America, interestingly enough, they don't want to leave. Huh? What do you think about that? You know what? I'll let you think about it. I won't tell you what to believe. I won't tell you what to think. Let's continue reading this wonderful message from our Democratic Socialist Party here. Here we go. Cuba has been under the stranglehold of the illegal U.S. economic warfare. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me just get through this. It's so hard to get through it because, well, what we're going to read after this is going to blow your mind if you don't know what I'm talking about. I just find history just fantastic. We can learn so much from history, and a lot of libtards don't want to learn, but that's okay. All right, here we go. So Cuba has been under the stranglehold of the illegal U.S. economic warfare and terrorist attacks. Terrorist attacks at least since 1961, beginning with the Bay of Pigs invasion. During this failed invasion, 8 B-26 bombers attacked Cuba airfields, and an invasion force of CIA-trained counter-revolutionaries from Miami attempted to attack the country through Playa Girón. It's called Girón, but just so you guys know. Playa Girón. Cuba appropriately defended itself against this aggression and even shut down attacking aircraft. You're going to be pissed off when I tell you how they did that. In the decades since, the U.S. has committed over 800 terrorist attacks against Cuba, with hundreds more having occurred against officials and commercial operations outside the country. Groups like Alpha 66, Omega 7, and Commandos F4. I feel like I just got all my vitamins right there. Operated freely with U.S. support. Today, the Trump administration is preparing to resume terrorist attacks against Cuba and is laying the foundation through lazy. I'm sorry. Oh, man. To hear Democrats, socialists talking about lazy, it's just an oxymoron, bro. Oxymoron. It makes me feel like I'm missing my laundry. I think I got to go put my laundry in the dryer since I said oxymoron. I don't know why. What a moron. But through lazy, half-hearted lies and deceit. I'm telling you, man, when you read this stuff, you really wonder why the youth, well, no, you don't wonder. You realize why the youth today is so retarded. I mean, if you never learn history, right, and you are brought up into your party, into your little rhetoric and whatever agenda you have on your side, well, I guess you're going to just read this and be like, oh, my God, the United States of America is evil. Oh, my God, everything they say is right. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, whatever. You know what? We tell the truth no matter what. So let's go ahead and continue reading. I'm just telling you. When I read things like this, I know why our youth is retarded. Now, when I see people my age, I'm a half a century old or older, still believe in this bullshit, well, that's just plain retarded by choice. Anywho, anti-Cuba, pro-interventionist U.S. Representative Maria Elvira Salazar and Carlos Jimenez are assisting in this project as the Trump regime orchestrates a legally fallacious indictment against former President Raul Castro for approximately defending Cuban airspace from another U.S. incursion almost 30 years ago. This is the definition of cry-bully behavior. Launching repeated terrorist attacks against Cuba. I love how they put the word terrorist attacks. Sons of bitches. This is the fucking anti-Americans that I don't like. You understand these communists are a disease? They are a cancer to our country. Just listen to the way they talk about us, the United States of America. They call us terrorists. Yeah, fuck that shit. We're going to read some more about real history than this bullshit argument that they have. Let's say invading the country's airspace and then complaining after the fact when one of those aircrafts operated by Brothers of the Rescue, a terrorist organization, run by the CIA. Operative Jose Basolto, with plainly stated aims to illegally and violently overthrow the Cuban government, gets shut down in an act of self-defense. We categorically reject this propaganda. DSA unilaterally condemns this blatant, pathetic attempt to erroneously indict a Latin American politician who defended their nation's sovereignty instead of... I'm trying to get through it. Who defended their nation's sovereignty instead of submitting to U.S. imperialism. Bro, you can't make this shit up, bro. This is fucking communist literature 100%. We know this playbook, they say. This is a lazy and false pretext meant to justify the illegal kidnapping of another left-wing political figure, as was done with Venezuela. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady Sila Flores in January of this year. Just like Venezuela, Iran, and all other illegally sanctioned countries, the Cuban people deserve a life free from the terrorist violence of the United States of America. Long live the Cuban Revolution. Again, I am going to point out how retarded these Democrat socialists are. They're so, oh my God, these people are completely mentally retarded. Communists have hit the jackpot with the retarded Democrat socialists. Listen to what they defend. They defend the communist dictators of the country. Nicolas Maduro, they put Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela. Not the people. I want to be clear. They are not defending the actual people. Guys, as easy as 1, 2, 3. As easy as 1, 2, 3. They protect the communist tyrant and put the Venezuelan citizens last. They protect the Cuban communist regime and put the Cuban people, the citizens, last. They protect the Iranian terrorist regime and put the Iranian people, the citizens, last. They protect terrorists and put illegal immigrants in the United States of America and put you, the American citizens, last. Do you see what's happening? I don't have to explain it. How, for Pete's sakes, wake your ass up. You gotta wake up, man, and you gotta tell the world, bro. You can't just sit here and act like a fucking dumbass. You can't. And it's easy to see through their lies if you pay attention to history. Unfriggin' believable. It is crazy that we have people in this country today who don't know the truth. Let me read a little bit, just a little bit. They had the Bay of Pigs. Is an article that they believe makes the United States of America and our military look like terrorists. Boy, I tell you what, man, I God sent me to this country with a purpose. Glory be to God. The Bay of Pigs happened in April 1961 because the United States wanted to stop the spread of communism in the Western Hemisphere. They wanted to remove Cuban leader Fidel Castro from power and reduce a perceived Cold War threat, which is just 90 miles away from the U.S. shores. Do you understand what that means? No, you probably don't. You fucking retards forgot about Russia. I am sure you have. They were teaching me this in elementary school. Travis, thank you for stopping by. Get the fuck out of here. I don't need your bullshit. Not today, son. Not today, son. Get out of here. Go, go, go. Go see if the pigs laid eggs already. In the revolution in Cuba, 1959, Castro overthrew the U.S.-backed dictator Fulgencio Batista. Soviet alignment. Castro took control of American-owned businesses in Cuba. And they built a close political and economic partnership with the Soviet Union. Do you understand? Cold War, Russia, enemy, fighting us, just like Iran. Having a base 90 miles from the United States of America. Do you fucking understand the importance of why we needed to stop communism from spreading? No, you probably don't. Well, hopefully today you learn something. If you don't want to learn, that, is clear to me. Fuck you very much. But we're going to fight and defend our country and our values. American leaders feared a communist ally so close to Florida and worried it would inspire other communist revolutions in Latin America. Nicaragua, forever. Venezuela. A lot of countries who get away with criminal activities. Billy Bob, Fidel is your hero, and get the fuck out of here and go join your hero. Fuck out of here, you fucking traitor. Here it goes. The secret plan was back in 1960, in March 1960, U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower authorized the Central Intelligence Agency to secretly train a force of Cuban exiles, the Brigade of 2506. Some of you probably don't know what that is, but that's okay. President John F. Kennedy later approved the mission, hoping the surprise landing at the Bay of Pigs would spark a massive local uprising to overthrow Castro without looking like a direct U.S. invasion. Now again, why do Cubans leave the communist regime of Cuba? Because it's garbage. It's not good. It's not good. It has destroyed Cuba. And the fact that we don't want to trade with them, which I think now we're able to, right? I think now we're trading, has destroyed their economy. And they have been punishing their Cuban citizens. And only the communist regime is enjoying the wealth. Even though they're being squeezed, they are still enjoying the wealth. Vet for Democracy, you are a fucking fascist. Now get the fuck out of my chat. Get your pussy ass out of here. Go wash your pussy, will you? Go wash your pussy, you traitor. Anyways, I'm sorry, guys. It's 18 and over here. I apologize. Some of these trolls, believe me, I know these trolls for a long time. Fuck them. I have no patience for them today. He's supposed to be some sort of vet, but he's probably more of a veterinarian than he is an actual vet military. It's unfortunate that we have so many fucking vets who are actual traitors to this nation now. It's like they're dishonor this country now. Once honor, now they dishonor. Unbelievable. I don't understand how that works. Now I always thought, okay, so here we go. You know what happened? Why did it fail? The Cuban communist regime, it wasn't that good. Let me just tell you right now. Even though the United States was still, not the greatest country, not the greatest power, military in the force on earth like it is today. But nonetheless, we would have been successful. Well, here's the question that nobody asks about the Bay of Pigs. Why? Why did we fail? Why did Kennedy fail? Why did the U.S. military fail? Well, I'm going to tell you why. I'll read it for you, but I'm going to tell you why this country might fail if we don't wake up and do what it needs to be done. First of all, we need to stop voting retards into office. This DSA is the biggest eye-opening that you have been ever given. You have ever been given. And if you don't see it, that's okay. That's on you. But I'm telling you today, here, they are infiltrating our government. See, the enemies, they tried the Twin Towers, and they saw what happened. They got fucked up. You don't pull the lion's tail and expect to just walk away with nothing. You will get your ass tore up. And they saw that. So the cowards that they are have been protecting themselves with children and innocent women. They have been stealing the innocence of children and making them soldiers. With that being said, they learned the lesson and they have a new tactic that has been used. It's not new, it's new to them, but they have been using these tactics throughout history, mankind history. We call it a Trojan horse. You know what's crazy? This is what's crazy to me. You have these people that come from third world country, failed economies. You already know who I'm talking about. They come from third world countries who are failed economies. Government is corrupt. Everything is crazy, right? They get into office and they tell you, how to run the government, how to run the country. We're some special kind of retards in this country. You know what I mean? We are a special kind of retards in the United States of America. And when I say we, I don't mean really we. It's them. What's crazy, isn't it? Think about it. Does that make sense to you? See, as a migrant, I read to you guys yesterday, right? As a migrant, there is a sort of requirement or requisite in order for you to migrate to this great country of the United States of America. First, you got to show economical independence. You got to get a background check, criminal background check, a health background check. You got to vaccinate it. You got to have all of these things. And then you're not guaranteed, But then you have a chance to get a visa to come and visit as a tourist. You get a 10-year visa with the requirement or the requisite that you leave every 3 months. Some exceptions can be made. But bear with me. Remember, financially stable, good, clean criminal record, good health, vaccinated. There is a chance you're going to do something good in this country. Think about, you got to think about these things. So technically what we want is, we want the best of any country. That's the people that we want to migrate into the United States of America. Anybody that has gotten TPS, DACA, anybody that has come here illegally, everybody that has come here running away from a certain government should never qualify. Ever qualify to be in government. Do I make myself clear? They should never, ever run for office. See, there's a lot of sympathizers. You're emotionally unstable. You are compromised. I'm going to put an example here, not to put him on the spot. But this guy says, my mom is a legal immigrant. That's fantastic. That's what we want. So if you're a legal immigrant into this country, you become a resident and you have a child, that is a citizen. But if you are legal in this country and you're just visiting, that child is not an American citizen. That child is under the jurisdiction of your country, the parent's country. With that being said, that means that child has to go through the process to become naturalized American citizen, just as I was, just like any migrant should have to go through. So what happens is this. You get doctors that come from Mexico, Honduras, maybe the Middle East. I don't trust anybody from India. They fake a lot of fucking degrees out there. I'm going to tell you something. You can buy a doctor's degree. And all you got to do is do some nursing. You know what I'm saying? You can do your nurse, 9 months to be a registered nurse. And then you get a fake doctor's degree. And guess what? What do doctors have? Do they have a profession? No, they don't have a profession. They have a practice. That means that they can give you medicine that they can Google. Hey, well, maybe this medicine can be good for this kind of pain, blah, blah, blah. Hey, try 5 milligrams of this. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, shit, you're bleeding. Oh, let's bring that down to 2 milligrams. Oh, shit. I hope they didn't know that I have a fake doctorate degree on here. Anyways, it happens. My point is that there is a lot of good people. Doctors, scientists, mathematicians, all kinds of people, migrants that can be great assets to the United States of America. And that's what we want. We want good people in here. You know what I'm saying? We want good people in here. And unfortunately, we get people, let's say, for example, of course, I was a child, so I know nothing here to show for. But, for example, look at me as a migrant. I love the country that I come from. I love the people. I always have. I love everybody until they show me that I shouldn't. Even then, I love them. I just don't like them anymore. They have no respect. So I have no respect from them. They don't gain favor from me, so I give them none. With that being said, just because you are Honduran, it doesn't mean that you're my people. If you're a criminal, I want nothing to do with you. See, you divide yourself from me. It's all about us, law-abiding citizens, and criminals. Those who come to this country illegally. Why? Why do you come to this country illegally? Think about this. They're running away from corrupted government. Okay, I got you. Okay, I understand. Okay. If you are running away from that country, well, you're a fucking traitor because you ran away from that country. See, you didn't ask for permission to travel. You didn't have the patience. I waited 10 years. You didn't have the patience to live in that country and say, I love this country. I want to do something for it. But if I can, I'm going to ask permission to see if I can come here. Why don't you stay in your country, get an education, run for office? That's how you make the change. But guess why you don't do it? You don't do it because you are lazy. You are the problem in your country. Oh, I know this is going to hurt a lot of feelings, especially on the libtard side. Oh, Maddie. I pity the fool, they say. But what's interesting is that you have all these third world country shithole dwellers running away from problems. And somehow, when they end up getting papers and become American citizens here, somehow, the same cowards that ran away from problems, now they want to run for office, they get elected, and now they want to tell you how to solve problems when they were fucking cowards in the beginning. From the first time that they came to this country, they came here as fucking cowards, and now they're telling you how to run the country. No, they couldn't run their country, they couldn't fix their country, but they're going to tell you how to run your country. Think about it. Third world country dwellers, shithole dwellers. You see what I'm saying? See, I wish. So what I want to hear from these migrants, whether they're illegal, whether they are, thanks, Don, whether they are, they overstay their visa, whether they're here with TPS, whatever it is, what I want to hear from them, it's say, we believe that this country, this great country of the United States of America, is phenomenal. I want to be part of it. And if I get to be a citizen, I want to continue to fight to keep that greatness. I hope you're listening. I hope you are listening. This is a migrant telling you. I have assimilated to be an American citizen. Assimilating means that every oath that I have made for this country, it's always going to be for this country. See, I didn't betray my country of birth. I waited. I didn't run away. I didn't run away from my country. I came here. And I saw how wonderful this country is. You libtards lie all the time, so shut the fuck up about my president. We elected President Trump, and we won. Now, I tell you all of this so that we can go back to the Bay of Pigs. I tell you all of this because the way that I see immigration, the way that I rationalize or try to think about why we have immigration laws, it has taken me to the conclusion of what I'm telling you today. The people that come to this country should never, ever wave the flag of the country that they ran away from. Number one. Number two, respect Americans. Protect Americans. Earn a favor. Earn the right to be in this country. Don't be a fucking retard like Zoo Boy. You know what I'm saying? You know, I want you to pay attention to some of the retards on the chat that come in. I want you to pay attention. Listen to the message that I give you, right? I have said nothing about Trump yet. Everything I have said so far, and we're already like what, almost an hour into this live. Damn, an hour? Damn! Man, time sure flies when you're having fun. Look at this. Look at the way that they talk. Look at the way the socialist Democrats talk. Look at the way the Nazis talk. Look at the way that illegal immigrants, like Central Nomen is. Look at the way that these wetbacks and beaners come in here and try to talk about me, calling me a loser, a traitor, all these names. I want you to always remember this, my American patriots. Always remember this. Jesus Christ says, by their fruits you will know them. The content of my character is, number one, loyalty to the United States of America. Respect the law, because law brings order. All of our agencies, all of our military, all of our policing, all of our peace officers, everybody works for the people. Not for some people, works for the people. And we appointed them to be there so that everybody can be held accountable for. But what do? We blame skin color. We play the victimhood mentality. We commit crimes and then we want to excuse ourselves because of our skin color. No, that's not how it works. And no, the police doesn't work for you if you're a criminal. The police works against you if you're a criminal. That's a big difference. That's why I love my ICE agents. I love the HSI, Homeland Security, HSI, CBP, ICE, and there's a few more that take care of the immigration stuff. But the point is that they are the law. They are enforcing the law. And that law brings order to this country. It keeps criminals out. It makes sure no drugs are coming in. A lot of them still, they milk through, but, they skim through. But we stop a lot of them. They make sure they protect us from overpopulating with the wrong people. You see what I'm saying? They want to make sure that American citizen rights and freedoms are protected. With that being said, allowing foreigners who have come here from third world countries that they have ran away in fear should never, ever be in government. No TPS ever in history should be in government. No Muslim should be in government. Let me be clear. Ilhan Omar, for Pete's sakes, my best example that I can give you. The best example I can give you. Ilhan Omar. Fuck, man. You can't make this up. She says her president is not the one that you, the American people, chose. It's not the one that we, the American people, chose. No. She says it proudly. My president is the Somalia president. I raised my case. I raised my case. Should I say more? Sure. Okay, fine. We'll grab one more example. Rashida Tlaib. Very un-American. Not once have I seen her raise the American flag. She has always raised the Palestinian flag. Free Palestine, she says. Free Palestine. Right. Free Palestine. And then she says, we're going to impeach the motherfucker. Talking about the president that we, the people, using the democracy that they so much fight for, elected into office. Democrat Socialists of America are the scum of the earth. They are a cancer that needs to be eradicated. We need to stop them. Well, hey, listen, don't take my word for it. A lot of real Democrats, even those who we thought were actually far left, holy shit, they're not far left at all. Not anymore. Now we have Nazis running for the Senate. Bernie, oh, I love this guy. He's got my support. But wait a minute, he's a Nazi. Yeah. And then Pocahontas says, that's my kind of man. Pocahontas. Mm-hmm. What an embarrassment. What an embarrassment. Hey, do me a favor, admins. Get rid of the garbage on my chat, please. Get rid of these fucking losers off my chat. All the retards that are coming in here supporting communism, fuck them. Fuck them all. Get them all out of my channel. I don't know why they're commenting. You're supposed to be a subscriber to comment. You guys just subscribe to be fucking trolls? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants you here. Go find your fucking socialist Democrats and support them. Go over there and talk some shit over there. Go do that. Don't traumatize yourself with the truth, because all you're going to hear from here is the truth. So you don't want to be here, okay? This is like poison to you guys. All right. If you can't do it, mods, I will do it for you. Let me know, and I'll do it for you. Hey, let's see. Mob Real. The fuck out of here. You see what I'm saying? That's how I do it. Let me see. What else do we have in here? Who else wants to go? Oh, hi, Bunny. Fetterman, man. Oh, man. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. That is a true statement to me. Here we go. Jimmy, get the fuck out of here. You're the next contestant that has fired. You're fired. That's what I'm going to do this. I'm going to do, you're fired. And that doesn't mean that you're hot. That just means you're fired. Okay? Here we go. So here we go. Go back to the Bay of Pigs. Listen to what happens when you have people that says, I'm a traitor. Remember, America first, not America only. Remember, respect the law, respect federal law, support ICE agents, support our local police. Make sure that we get real Americans in power. Capiche? Here we go, my beautiful Italian people out there. Listen to this. Okay, that's me in a nutshell. Okay, now I want you to remember all of the libtards and all the fuckers that were putting all these negative comments on the chat, right? Supporting communists. I want you to pay attention to this. These people are a danger to our country. Do you know right now, oh my God, that knowledge is power. It's so beautiful to think clearly. Do you know why the Democrats hated President Trump? First of all, allow me. Oh, man. Three days without sleep. Just when I think I'm going to pass out and die right here on this desk. Who knows? Maybe one day it will happen. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. Thank you for pitching into the coffee fund. You guys are fantastic. Thank you, Don, for that 20 drop. I appreciate you. Any libtards or any person that wants to ask me a question or demand my attention, put a damn super chat on the chat. Stop being lazy and cheap. Put a super chat. Otherwise, just support. Hit that like button, and that's how you pay the piper. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. They hate President Donald Trump because he has stopped their money laundering schemes. They hate President Donald Trump because he is just like JFK. I love me some JFK. I love it. That's why they killed JFK. That's right. A Democrat. Anyway, JFK. Real American hero. Makes me sad when I think about it. Makes me sad when I think about it. May God rest his soul. Listen, they hate President Donald Trump because he stopped funding Somalia's economy by shutting down the USAID. I know. Thank you, Don. I love you, bro. I really love you. And I know that when I hug you, I mean it. I mean it with all my heart. President Trump, he's awkward. He's got that goofy ass walk. But the goofy ass walk says, I don't give a shit about what people think about me. I love President Trump, man. I mean, he has been hated so much. I have nothing but love for him. But President Trump has disrupted their socialist Democrats and their scheme to introduce communism into this country. Now, unfortunately for these far left socialist Democrats, we have the new generation of retards. The new generation of retards, they support their heroes like Adolf Hitler. The Russian Stalin, I think, what's his name? Stalin? Stalin, is that how you say his name? For Pete's sakes, they support communist China. And they say communist China is not even a communist. It's in their name. Communist Republic of China. So here's the thing. You got presidents like JFK and President Trump. Hey, you got to be patient. Cash, you got to be patient. You got to be patient. Understand the story. Otherwise, you're just going to be over your head. There is a reason why I mentioned JFK and President Trump. I read to you in the Bay of Pigs invasion quickly failed because, well, we'll get to it. President John F. K. canceled vital secondary U.S. airstrikes to keep American involvement a secret, leaving the invasion force entirely unprotected. Listen, technology was not as great back then with JFK as it is today under Trump's terms. These are some of the reasons why they fail, but there is a main reason why they fail. And this is why we're talking about illegal immigrants. This is why we're talking about third world country, shithole country dwellers that come in here, become citizens, and then get inside government. And the only reason why they actually win, well, there's two reasons in my book. One of them, they cheat with ballots. Number two, they bring all of their fucking people from their country, put them in one city, and give them citizenships. That's how that works. You give them money and you make them vote. It's interesting. How many fucking Mohammeds do we have in one Muslim community? Yeah, I can tell you right now, it's going to be hard for you to find the right Mohammed. Anyways, so here's the thing. The Bay of Pigs mission failed because we had, and Marco Rubio has said this, we had traitors amongst us. This is the biggest one. The Cuban government discovered the secret invasion plan months, think about this, months in advance through widespread rumors in Miami's Cuban exile community. Spies, traitors to the Cuban people. Government officials leaking information, secrets. This is a secret mission. But the Cuban communist regime knew about it months before we actually sent them out to Cuba. Thus, we lost people. Traitors amongst us in government. JFK was killed. President Trump, they have attempted 3 times now to kill him. But we're still fighting the same enemy, communists. There is no news or no surprise that most of the socialist Democrats have a mental problem. They have a mental problem. They call Republicans and MAGA supporters Nazis. What is a Nazi? What is a Nazi? Go ahead. Tell me, what is a Nazi? Somebody put it in there. What's a Nazi? Put it in the chat. Yeah, today is the last day to vote in the primaries. What is a Nazi? If you don't want to put it on there, I'll look it up for you. I'll put the whole definition on there. What is a Nazi? Come on, you guys can do it. It used to be labeled far right. Yeah, far right. Socialist Workers' Party. No. Well, yeah, but it's more of a national socialist. Now, that was the far right wing party over there. Don't get confused with the far right, far left shit. There's two parties over here, and they can flip anytime. But the meaning stays the same. Here we go. I'm going to give you the biggest example right here. Every Democrat was supporting a Nazi running for senator. They call us Nazis. Fuck, we're far from that. We're nationalist because our nation comes first. But just because Adolf Hitler was a nationalist socialist doesn't mean that we are racist like he was. And by the way, every single Arab, every single Muslim should be thanking us, the American Christians. For they would have been annihilated with the fucking Jews as well. Nazis were going to get rid of all of this people. All the Semitic, Jews and Arabs, all of them would have been wiped out if it wasn't for dumb Christians who fight for people. But anywho, that is the main point of the Bay of Pigs. It failed not because it wasn't well executed. It failed because we had traitors in our government. Just like CNN, ABC, NBC. We still have traitors amongst us. They need to bring back death. The death punishment for traitors. If somebody's proven to be a traitor giving information to our enemy, they should be put to death. And that should be very well clear. And I'm not talking about trying to make some deals, to make this. No. I'm talking about, hey, we are going to attack the communist regime of Cuba. And they get the intel that we're going to attack, and then our soldiers pay the price for it. That is the shit that I'm talking about. All right. That is the truth about the Bay of Pigs. Socialist Democrats of America proudly put that shit on their website. But hey, why don't we go see what else they have on that website? Let's go take a look. Yeah, Trump is dividing America. 100% Trump is dividing America. He is dividing America by standing up for the American people. Trump stands for the American citizen freedoms and rights, not illegal immigrants. Fuck these guys. They are not America. Let me be clear. Illegal immigrants are not Washingtonians. They're not Minnesotans. They're not Maryland fathers. They're illegal immigrants. They are not belonging in this country, and they don't get the privilege to be called constituents. Is that clear? All you fucking retards out there that call illegal immigrants Californians, you are just plain retarded. Californians are residents and legal people authorized to reside in the country. Obviously, citizens is a given. You can't tell me an illegal immigrant is a constituent of Congress. What the fuck is wrong with you? Your job is for the American people. That's who you fight for. That's who you serve. You don't serve illegal immigrants. Period. Period. No. When I fight for Washingtonians, I don't mean illegal immigrants. It is, it's beyond me why people say that. Oh, man. Illegal immigrants are constituents. No, bitch, that's not a constituent. Your constituents are the American citizens, the American people. Got that right, Mr. Bonnie. You got to fix the census, man. They should not count illegal immigrants in the census. I think they should only count registered voters. How's that? Registered voters? Well, you can't really do that because you also have resident aliens. So you gotta count resident aliens and citizens. They have to register. Every time they move to a state, they have to change their license plates. That's when they become residents of that state. Those are the constituents, not illegal immigrants. They don't count. They don't exist. That's crazy. That is crazy. Anywho, don't worry. I will open up the lines very soon. Let's go ahead and go and read. What is a democratic socialism? Here we go. Capitalism is a system designed by the owning class to exploit the rest of us for their own profit. Yeah, I've heard this argument before. I have heard this argument before. Yeah. Farthest from the truth, my friend. Maddie, thank you for speaking the truth and refusing to ever back down. Godspeed, Dennis. Thank you, bro, for the super. And that's how you do it, Liptards. If you guys want to say something, that's how you do it. Appreciate you, brother. Your support means a lot. But I want you to listen to this. And, you know, and I had a person called in, well, a couple of people, right? But they call in and they use the words that are on this website. America, you know, thinks that, American imperialism. This is what they teach them. Let me make this smaller. It looks like a giant on here. You know, they make America look bad, but America is the greatest country, period. Capitalism has founded this nation. But these people believe communists did. Very interesting. We must replace it with democratic socialism, a system where ordinary people have a real voice in our workplaces, neighborhoods, and society. Yeah, because when a criminal comes in at you with a gun, having a social worker come and bring the peace in, it's the right thing to do. That is crazy. You see, none of the libtards will stick around for this because they don't want to hear their truth. They don't want to hear that we're paying attention to what they do. But what I'm going to speak to the 5 Americans that want to listen to the message. Listen to this. We believe there are many avenues that feed into the democratic road to socialism. Our vision pushes farther than historic social democracy and leaves behind authoritarian visions of socialism in the dustbin of history. I like this. They think that they're getting rid of authoritarianism, but they are actually they are using authoritarianism. They're the ones using this. You know, we have a president. We appoint a president, And these guys want to say he's king. They say he's an authoritarian. Well, you gotta be. You gotta enforce authority. You gotta enforce the laws. But these people are the most hateful people I have ever seen in the history of my life in this country. You know, it is beyond me. I have walked with a bunch of MAGA people, and we've seen Biden stickers. Nobody gives a shit. We laugh about it, but nobody gives a shit. But these guys, if you wear a MAGA hat, and they don't tell me shit in person, they just stare. They don't say nothing, but they stare. But if they see a MAGA hat on anybody, they go crazy. They go crazy. They're the loving people. No, they call themselves bitches. Anyway, let me go ahead and continue reading. We want a democracy that creates space for us all to flourish, not just survive and answers the fundamental questions of our lives with the input of all. I have one question. If we have anybody in here on the left, I have one question. How would you defend this country from a sworn enemy of the United States of America? How would you stop a nuclear crisis? I really want to know. How would you stop a nuclear crisis? How would you stop our enemies from taking over? I also want to know, because I've been reading all of this here, and they have no solutions. There is no solutions. Everything is activism. Everything is protesting. Everything is capitalism is bad. Everything Trump is bad. They say, socialism is great, but they have no solutions. They live on this fictional utopia where everything is perfect. And it's like there's a bunch of hippies on here with drugs. Make love, peace, sexual immorality. You guys remember that in the 60s? Come on. You remember that. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Yeah, well, that shit has been costing us. It's been costing us today. But I want you to, I don't know if you can see this part right here. Let me see. Let me put it this way right here. They have National Labor Commission, National Electoral Committee, Green New Deal Campaign Commission. They still believe that shit. Housing Justice Commission, International Committee, Trans Rights and Bodily Autonomy. They added now bodily autonomy. They're just getting worse and worse. What? We gotta make America great again. It is time. Oh, this is nice and cool. I like this hat. Nice and cool. But anyways, you know what? Enough attention to these morons. I think by now we know that these people are really hateful people. And again, you know what? Go make some time yourself. Go to dsausa.org. Go do some research yourself. Get involved. Get involved. Joining DSA is the best way to fight for democratic socialism and get involved in building working class power in the United States of America. Building working class. Hey, what's their motto? What's their motto? Work only as much as you need to work. I mean, the message, in a way, is true. But that's not what they mean. They mean just do a half-ass job. Half-ass job. All right. I do want to share this. I think this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. SpaceX has launched a new satellite into space. Let's watch this as I give you some information. That's crazy. Technology. Don't worry, I'll show it to you here. Let me just get it set up. That is crazy, man. SpaceX rocks. Look at that. Boom. Technology. Yeah, right. Look at that. That's crazy, man. 8,000 kilometers per hour. That sounds like a lot, but it's a lot less than miles. Altitude, 87, 88, 89 kilometers. 90. They will actually hit an altitude of 138 kilometers from Earth. Can you believe that? That's advancement. And you know who was trying to stop these projects? You guessed it. Democratic Socialists. Democrats want to stop all sort of technology and advancement for the United States of America. CL Knight, politics has divided America. No, it hasn't divided. Politics hasn't divided Americans. It's corrupted politicians that are dividing Americans. And the way it's easy to find them. It's easy to find them. All you got to do is, okay, what do they stand for? We know every single Democrat puts illegal immigrants first. That's the biggest red flag that you as an American should see. Now, I started talking about sympathizers, people that have illegal parents, people that have an illegal brother, illegal cousins, or they're having sex with a big booty Latina who is illegal in this country. And they are just, they're hooked. Well, those emotionally compromised never make the best decisions for our country. So we have this thing called a law, immigration law. Those who don't respect immigration law, that's another red flag. Those who criminalize our ICE federal agents is another red flag. Why you shouldn't support them. It's funny, right? They always bring up the same shit. Pretty good. Oh, Renee Good would still be alive. Yeah, we agree. She would still be alive if she didn't try to run over a federal agent. Oh, well, he just tapped her. She just tapped him with the car. A 3,000-pound weapon that could have done more damage to the agent. The fact that he's not in a wheelchair, that's what you're mad about? That the guy is just walking around like nothing? Shit. I swear, this libtards, they don't understand anything unless somebody dies. And even then, if it's not one of them, they don't give a shit. Pretty. Crazy-ass nurse. Has a gun. There's nothing wrong with having a gun on a protest. On the sidewalk, as the law says. Nope. He goes and incites violence against federal agents. Why would you have a gun with you when you know you're going to incite violence? You're asking to get shot, period. The other illegal immigrants, well, they shouldn't be here illegal in the first place. Yeah, children get indoctrinated into hating this country. Now, my kids love this country. 151 kilometers at 18,000 kilometers per hour. Damn. That is crazy. Can you imagine that? Going 18,000 kilometers per hour, bro. You're fool. Yeah, that is the launch of SpaceX satellite. Yeah, that's crazy. You know, I thought it was so cold up in space, and look how that thing is just burning like lava. Just, that's not the word I'm looking for. That's not the word I'm looking for. Unbelievable. 23,000 kilometers per hour, bro. And look at the rocket here on the left. If you have noticed, he was going down on height. He's down to 0.5 kilometers, 0.4 kilometers. It's landing on the water. If you're looking at the picture on the left, it's going to be landing on a platform on the water. That's what it looks like. Perfect landing. SpaceX, ladies and gentlemen. SpaceX. And there's a picture of the satellite at 27,000 kilometers per hour. He has adjusted to about 138 kilometers in the sky. That's powerful, man. That is powerful, if I say so myself. Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk is not a trillionaire with cash. He's a trillionaire with stocks and properties and stuff like that. He doesn't have $1 trillion in his pocket. Some people are crazy. Let me see here if I don't know if Todd Blanche is going to be voted in today. Let me see if I can find. Oh boy, I'm gonna tell you something. I was gonna play this, but we know every single Democrat that hates Trump is just gonna talk forever about all the negative fucking things that they can think of. You know, I thought once, and this is the one thing I hate about Congress and senators. Get to the fucking point. Ask the questions. You know, they go on a long-ass rant telling stories, and they don't ask questions. No, Mexicans and Canadians have rights in their country, not here. We're not going to listen to that bullshit. Don't worry. We are, however, going to actually watch the update about the Old Trails fire. They have a press conference and they have a suspect under arrest. This is a trail here in Washington State where we have some forest fires that are devastating some of the communities. So let's go ahead and take a listen to see what the report says on that. And then we'll come back to the other side.
Thank you for joining us on this special streaming report. I am Sydney Schofield. We want to give you a look at a live picture from some local police agencies. They are expected to provide an important update about the Old Trails fire. We're hoping to get that shot up for you. That news conference is expected to start here any minute now. We'll bring it to you live. It looks like it has begun. Let's listen in.
I'm going to share some information with you. About 5 p.m. this afternoon, we executed an arrest warrant and search warrant in the city of Spokane, and we took 37-year-old Aaron Farnacci, a convicted felon, into custody on a single charge of arson in the first degree. About 3 o'clock this afternoon, an arrest warrant affidavit and a search warrant affidavit were presented to Judge Zamblin. She signed the arrest warrant and set a $1 million bond on Mr. Farnacci. Mr. Farnacci is currently in custody and being interviewed by detectives from our major crimes unit here in the Spokane County Sheriff's Office. This investigation began at the beginning of the fire on August 1st. Thankfully, we had some very aware and alert citizens. They were driving into the area where the fire started, near Euclid and, I'm trying to remember the name of the street. Old Trail and Euclid. The witness, a citizen, very good citizen, noticed a male standing on the side of the road looking into the trees as he was going to pick somebody up. About 10 minutes later, as he was coming back through the area, he noticed the male was bending down near some grass. At that point, the male stood up and looked very nervous, according to our citizen witness. At that point, the male walked away. The citizen returned to their house. A short time later, after being at home, they saw smoke coming from what they believed was the area that they had seen the male bending down by the side of the road. The witnesses there did a fantastic job of returning to the scene. They contacted an Airway Heights police officer, gave that police officer a description of the suspect, including a physical description and a clothing description. That description was broadcast to units in the area. And be mindful, at the time, this was a very active, very early stages of the fire. So officers and deputies in the area were focusing on getting people out of the area to protect life as a first priority. Mr. Farnacci was contacted in the area about 1.5 miles from where the fire started and was detained, questioned, and ultimately released after being identified by our citizen witness. Mind you that a lot of the details that have come to light during the investigation were not known to the deputies who detained Mr. Farnacci that day. But because of body-worn camera evidence and reports, when major crimes detectives started investigating that early yesterday, they were able to identify him, and working with investigators from the Department of Natural Resources and major crimes detectives in Spokane County, they were able to identify him, develop probable cause, and determine that the origin of the fire was indeed exactly where the witnesses had seen Mr. Farnacci kneeling in the grass earlier that day. Our detectives worked with our prosecutor, Preston McCollum, this morning to make sure that we had a very solid case to present to a judge today. And again, as I said, the judge signed the warrant at 3 p.m. and we had him in custody at 5 p.m. with the assistance of our SWAT team's warrant assistance group. This was fantastic and very quick work by everybody involved. As it happens in so many critical cases, it was citizens who were paying attention to their surroundings, being aware and willing to step up and say something that led to the relatively quick apprehension of Mr. Farnacci. Mr. Farnacci is a convicted felon out of the state of Arizona. He has a felony conviction for manslaughter and a preceding arrest in the same case in premeditated murder in the state of Arizona. I will say that we had a lot of cooperation from fire investigators and other people involved in this case, and we will make sure that he is this investigation as it goes forward. And by the way, it is a continuing and ongoing investigation. We will be looking into any other crimes Mr. Farnacci may have committed in the past. We will also be looking into other charges that may come about as the facts and circumstances of the Old Trail fire come to light and come to be known. Just know that this charge is what we have probable cause for right now. It is a serious charge. It is significant, but these charges may change as the investigation goes on. And again, other facts and circumstances come to be known. I'm going to turn the time over to Prosecutor McCollum here, and then we'll have questions after that.
I don't have a whole lot more to add to this. Part of my purpose in addressing each of you is to indicate, again, this is an active and ongoing investigation. To the extent that the public could have information about Mr. Farnacci or about any other involvement, we are asking for the public to provide that input. As the sheriff pointed out today, it was through the diligent work of vigilant citizens who were noticing things that were awry in their community, who were noticing things that were different, who actually reported it, and who took the time to engage with law enforcement and make sure that the necessary information was shared And so, as the sheriff indicated, our major crimes detectives have been working very hard and very diligently. Detectives Craig Cupo and Detective Mike Drapo have been working, frankly, through the night. They've been on this till early morning hours this morning, and then started working first thing with my office as soon as essentially the sun was coming up. So they've been working very diligently, but there's still a lot of information to collect, a lot of information to go through, and the community is able to provide a lot of that input. And so we are asking for your help, that even amidst all the difficulty and the struggles that we're facing as a community, that we are sharing and communicating with law enforcement your concerns, separate and apart from this case. Especially right now, especially during these summer months when we have red flag warnings, when we have the weather conditions that we presently have, we need to be vigilant as a community, vigilant as neighbors, as a neighborhood, and make sure that we're being responsible with our actions, but also reporting things early, whether it's to fire or to law enforcement, and making sure that they can respond, appropriately. And so there was a lot of information to pour through in this matter, and it's still very much an ongoing, unfolding scenario. And what we've presented at this moment is what the sheriff has largely described. We do have a case filed. There'll be a first appearance at a minimum tomorrow, and we will proceed where the facts of the case, the evidence, and the law permit us to. Yes.
Alex with the spokesman. Can you say what you believe the suspect was using to start the fire?
We believe it was matches or a lighter. When he was detained in the early stages of the fire, he was found to be in possession of some waterproof matches and a butane lighter.
Can you say if this was near the railroad tracks?
I personally can't say. All I know is with the help of the DNR fire investigator, we were able to say within 10 square meters where he was seen as where the initial fire was started. The fire investigator was also to testify in these court documents that the fire was consistent with being set by nothing other than a match or a butane lighter and igniting grass.
Is that why there's pink tape around that area right now? Or
I have no. I mean, if it was an active evidence scene, it would not be. It would be with crime scene tape or things like that. So.
Can you also spell his last name?
Farinacci, Farinacci. Again, first name Aaron, Aaron. Middle F as in Frank. 37 years old. We had another question.
Oh, I was also.
You're typing, yeah.
Spelling.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything else?
I have more. So I actually was on North Government Way. I had to race down the hill when the fire was coming towards me, and there was a man walking on the side of the road, and someone had come down from the hill and tracked down a Spokane police officer and pointed this person out. And I witnessed, I think, another agency pull him over, but it didn't look like a police officer. It looked like a fire investigator or, a park ranger. I'm just curious if you had other people in the area that were being tracked down, because I guess I'm just wondering if this was the same person or any description of what the suspect was wearing at the time or where he was found, because I was on that road and I just want to confirm.
Yes. Well, we did have the description that was put out to everyone. The incident you're describing, I have no independent knowledge if it was related at all. As you can imagine, there were probably a lot of people contacted for a lot of different reasons for, either going through roadblocks or doing other things. But I am unaware of Mr. Farinacci being contacted at any other time. So.
Do you have a description of what he was wearing at the
It'll
time?
all be in the
It sounds like you have a description of what he was wearing.
It'll all be in the PC tomorrow when it goes.
Yeah.
forward.
Yes, sir.
Is there any indication that this could have started any of the other fires in the area, or was this specifically the Old Trails fire?
This is specifically the Old Trail fires only. Yes, ma'am.
And so I know he has the previous arrest for premeditated murder and then the felony conviction for manslaughter, but
Yes.
do we know if he has a history of intentional fire setting?
We have no documented criminal history of intentional fire setting, and again, we will be, investigating past behavior as a part of this investigation and the ongoing investigation.
Okay, and is he a Spokane resident?
Yes. as far as we can determine right now, he's a Spokane resident. And I will say, as part of our investigation, Mr. Farinacci has been contacted regarding arson-related behavior, although no previous arrests or convictions.
Okay, and are you able to share where he was found that half-mile away from where the fire started?
What I can tell you is, when he was contacted, it was about a mile away from where he was originally witnessed.
Okay.
So,
Do you know how long he's lived in Spokane?
I do not know. So,
Do you have a
Garrett.
motive? Did he say why he did this?
Again, he is in custody right now. And I know he made statements when he was detained about we didn't know the whole story or something to that effect. And that, again, is in court documents as well. And again, he is currently being interviewed. Last update I got.
Sorry, and he was arrested on suspicion of what?
First-degree arson.
I'm sorry, so he'd said to you all, you don't know the whole story?
To the deputies who detained him, that was a statement he made. And again, that is in the charging affidavits.
Said first appearance was going to be minimum tomorrow, correct?
Likely, yes, it will be tomorrow. Barring any disruption to court services or anything like that, during an ongoing, disaster.
Do we know if he was living in the area burned? Do we know if his home either?
Where we took him into custody was not, it was about 4 miles away from where the actual burn was started.
Okay.
So not necessarily in the area. And we do know the witnesses we talked to have seen him in the area before, and was known to walk in that area.
So we don't know why he was there.
No, other than being on a walk.
Any other possessions he was found with? Firearms?
No firearms.
Any drugs? Any?
No, ma'am. Otherwise, he would be charged with that. So.
Okay, is that it?
Can you? Can you describe his condition when he was detained the first time or the second time? Like, did he appear to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
None of that was mentioned in any of the reports, and he was arrested today without incident.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know if there is actual reporters on here. These guys suck. Like, seriously, you're asking some stupid ass questions. And I'm not gonna put you through that misery. Here is Secretary Marco Rubio signing something. Let's find out what it is. Might be more interesting. With Paraguayan Vice President Pedro.
Before we sign, I just want to say a few words in English and Spanish. I think this is just another step in the continued growth of our relationship between our two countries. This MOU reflects that continued cooperation. In fact, as we were commenting in our meeting a moment ago, we've always had strong links between the United States and Paraguay. Those links have only grown stronger. And agreements like this and others that I hope will happen in the future will begin to create, real concrete progress, institutionalize the deep ties between our two countries moving forward, so that they're not just the product of one administration or one era, but they become enduring and can survive the shifts in political winds that happen in democracies and from time to time. But nonetheless, the underpinnings and the foundation remain firm and strong. So I'm very proud to be a part of this today. I think it's a testament to that. En español lo que quiero decir es que obviamente la relación entre Estados Unidos y Paraguay siempre ha sido muy cercana, muy fuerte, pero lo que hemos visto en el último año y medio ha sido increíble. La relación entre ambos países ha crecido de manera histórica y a través de este entendimiento que tenemos hoy simplemente es evidencia de eso. Y lo que estamos buscando es crear una relación que no solamente siga creciendo, pero que sea parte de algo permanente, que no importa los cambios en gobierno que vienen, por ejemplo, en nuestro sistema, cada 4 o 8 años vemos cambios, pero que la base, la fundación de la relación entre los países pueda sobrevivir cualquier cambio político que exista en el futuro. Pero le puedo decir que nosotros, obviamente yo cuando era senador me interesaba mucho la relación entre nuestro país y Paraguay, pero ahora como secretario de Estado se me hace más fácil todavía. contribuir a este esfuerzo. Y si podemos lograr en el próximo año y medio lo que hemos logrado juntos en los últimos años y medio, que no solamente son temas bilaterales, sino temas regionales, creo que la relación entre Estados Unidos y Paraguay va a cambiar para siempre de una manera extraordinaria. Y hoy es evidencia de eso y un paso más en ese camino que yo creo que tenemos, esa meta que tenemos en común.
Well, really, I will start in English. Thank you so much, Marco, because we are working so close. Our strategic alliance is quite important for both countries. We are working on security, trade, investment. We are working not only at the level of bilateral cooperation on security. We are looking the whole map on the security, cooperating in our region, but also globally. That is that we share values and principles, freedom, democracy, human rights, rule of law, that allow us to work very close together. I would like to thank, through this agreement today, we are still deepening our cooperation. And thank you so much, Marco, because your work is quite hard for us. Agradezco enormemente la cooperación con Estados Unidos. La arquitectura de la política exterior de Estados Unidos bajo el liderazgo de Marco nos permite tener una visión compartida y construir en ese sentido las mejores relaciones en la historia entre Paraguay y Estados Unidos. Muchas gracias, Marco.
Okay.
Well, we'll sign.
Mr. Secretary, quick question. I'm sure you saw a Newsweek cover saying what Trump got right in Venezuela, and we want to know when can we expect elections in Venezuela?
It's a process. I mean, they have to happen. Obviously, there's a lot of work that has to happen to lay the groundwork for an election. As I said, you have to have true freedom of the press. You have to have multi-party participation. You have to have national reconciliation. And you have to have an electoral commission that will accurately count the votes. So it has to happen, and it's a work in progress. But again, it's been about 6 months since Maduro was removed. And there's a lot going on at the same time with economics and so forth. So I think we're moving on 2 tracks. We want to improve the daily lives, help improve the daily lives of Venezuelans economically so that they're better off, they're more prosperous. I think that helps as well facilitate the political transition. And you also have to have a process where every element of political society in Venezuela has a role to play, not just in constructing elections, but constructing the governing future of the country. So I think it's going to require some persistence and a little bit of patience. Not years, but certainly months and weeks. It's going to take some time to get there. You're dealing with a system that's been in place now for almost 3 decades. So it's not going to be from one day to the next. If you look at the transitions in Eastern Europe after the fall of the Iron Curtain, if you look at Herrera, a country that undertook a transition from authoritarianism to democracy, it took them almost 3.5 years to complete that process. These things are difficult. They don't happen. I know we are all used to instant results, or at least expectations of instant results. But if you want to do it right, what you want to have is a democratic transition that happens, that brings society together, where there's a national reconciliation, where you have political parties that are able to openly and freely participate, where you have an electoral count, but you also have an economy and a country whose institutions are functioning so that they're not inheriting a disaster, they're not inheriting a reconstruction process, they're inheriting a functional state. So all of that is to say that these things don't happen from one day to the next, but the needle's pointed in the right direction, and even though the progress is probably slower than all of us would want, there is progress, and progress will happen, and we're committed to it.
Secretary, can you speak about the latest on Iran and whether we're close to reaching a deal? We've seen the messaging from the Qataris about their mediation. How do you see the possibilities of a deal with Iran and with their talks?
Well, I think there's two things to talk about when there's a deal. There's the big deal, which is the one that has to do with their nuclear ambitions. They can never have a nuclear weapon. The president's been clear about that. So the denuclearization of Iran is the ultimate deal. I think the immediate deal, and the one that you see a lot of focus on, is the Straits. The Straits, there are ships moving through the Straits. There's oil moving right now through the Straits. So the Straits are open. Nonetheless, I think that there's a conversation and a negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran on how more ships can be able to go through there safely in the short term as we move towards these longer term talks about denuclearization. And suffice it to say, there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly. Okay? Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think it's a good thing that he's doing the work that he's doing. I like Marco Rubio. I see J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio on the ballot for sure. But I do think that J.D. Vance is more in line to be president because he's been doing a phenomenal job as well. One of the things that we saw with Kamala Harris was she was given a task. She was named the border czar. And, she sucked. She went and gave, donated some piece of shit vehicles to Honduras as if they can afford to put gas in these beasts. But that's about as much as she did. And also she said, don't come. No man likes to hear that. Oh, man. Yeah. So, I don't know. I can't remember who put this on here, but somebody came in here and say, oh, didn't Chase close down Trump accounts, do some dirty laundry, money laundering, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's right. I always tell you guys, if you're going to bring an issue in here, all right, if you're going to bring an issue or in some sort of accusation about something, bring me the whole story. Give me the facts. This is what we say. Give me the facts. Okay? So yes, they froze this. They closed his bank accounts for some, somebody saying that there was some money laundering problems, which it wasn't true. President Trump still runs millions of dollars through the J.P. Morgan. So, you bring something like sort of like, I don't know, are you trying to see if I would say something negative about Trump? I think I said plenty of things that I don't like about Trump. But I did vote for him, and I still hold my vote accountable. I believe that President Trump is doing the best that he can. He's doing the right thing. What's crazy is this. Yeah, well, it wasn't proven, Kurt. Calm down, essay. It wasn't proven. The problem is that now that the same bank is doing business with President Trump, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? That the same bank, it's now doing business with Trump. What does that tell you? I know. I don't want your little brain to overheat here, but you got to bring the facts, as I said. So if you bring some sort of issue, it's because you have, investigated, you have researched, you have analyzed, you have made some common sense decision about your message on the chat. And if you haven't, well, today you get to learn. Do that first before you bring any type of shit like that on my chat. Taco, it's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos, no need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos. Yum, 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 yum. Get your sour cream. Man, you guys are making me sing these kid songs. I love tacos. You guys are making me sing all these kid songs. Up in here, up in here. Breaking, Dr. Oz and assisting Attorney General Collins has made an announcement today about more fraud being found. Well, you know what? I'm going to say this. You guys want to watch it? If you guys want to watch it, all I need is one person who says yes. If you want to watch it, I will go ahead and play it. But I'm going to tell you something. I will let you know right off the bat. I don't care for alleged. I want to see convictions. You know what I'm saying? I want to see convictions. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I should. I don't know. I'm not happy with... I already watched it. You guys haven't, but I have. It's painful.
Good morning.
All right, let's see. I have it. It's about 50 minutes, about an hour. You know, I got 6 hours, 4 or 5 hours left, so it is what it is. Let's see. Thank you, Tree Crew. Wait, Ken's back? No, Ken can't be back. He's gone for 30 minutes. How did Ken come back in? It must be a different Ken, maybe a different Ken. Yeah, vote right, common sense, not communism. I agree 100%. Here's how it goes, you and me, but maybe this time we'll get it right. In the end, all that matters if you feel like leaving. I'm not gonna beg you to stay, but soon you'll be finding you can run, you can hide, but you can't escape my truth. Ooh! Get a little mix of Enrique Iglesias and the Dennis Herrera show today. Believe me, I sing that better when I'm drunk. Ooh! Oh, man, I love me some Enrique Iglesias. I stopped listening to Enrique Iglesias when he used the F word instead of making love. It just turned me right off. It was sucks. It sucked. Here is, I don't think this is actual live. J.D. Vance unexpected entry into Caroline Leavitt presser slams reporters live. Who is this? I don't think she's live today. What's going on? Let me double check here on the White House. Huh. No, that was 12 days ago. Hey, you know, these people putting in here live as if something is live, but this shit happened 12 days ago. What the hell these people mean is live? Unbelievable. All right, we watched, there's that big booty Latinos again, getting away without being deported. Let me see. Peter Ducey says this is their last chance. I think he's talking about Iran. Let's take a listen.
President Trump says Iran must take this last chance for a deal or face aggressive military action again. There's a little bit of a pause now in that massive wave of airstrikes against the radical Islamic regime over the weekend to allow for more negotiation.
They said, we want to talk. We want to talk about the strait, but more importantly, from my standpoint, we want to talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because it's what it's all about. This is why I'm doing this. And it should have been done. This is the last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is the last chance for them to sign a good document.
There's so much unspoken there. To sign it, as he looks off to the side, good document. I want to go deeper with the president there and see what he's thinking. Senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the latest on this. Peter, he is walking out diplomacy again.
Yes, and Harris, as we piece this together, it seems like these are the rare peace talks without much talking.
President Trump last week threatened what would have been one of the largest military campaigns, or the largest military campaign since World War II, against the Iranians. And now because of that, we are in talks with the Iranians. And I think there is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait.
Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says we are not currently holding negotiations with the United States, but the president says they are lying. On Truth Social, Iranian leadership is unbelievably duplicitous. They ask for a meeting, some would say beg. Talks begin with more scheduled in the immediate future, and they say openly and proudly that they're not having any discussions, that nothing is being talked about, that they're only dealing with Oman. And that is why this is apparently Iran's last chance.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens. But it's a very, very tough thing to do. I think I'm very proud of the fact that I'll give people a chance. This is a big move. To do an attack that big on a country.
There's a new Reuters report out this morning that reveals the United States has used virtually all of their precision surface-to-surface missiles during the 6-month conflict with Iran. So if the president decides to go for this decapitation strike, he's going to have to use something else. Harris.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. I want to bring in former Vice President Mike Pence, actually, just his words shared how he thinks his former boss, Donald Trump, should handle Iran. Watch this.
But I honestly think that the time has come for the President of the United States to unleash the armed forces of the United States, strike the remaining nuclear facilities in Iran, take down and degrade their ability to project force, not only in the Strait, but across the region. Look, one does not make peace with one's enemy. One makes peace with one's defeated enemy.
In focus now, Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, former special envoy to Ukraine and Russia and American security co-chair for the America First Policy Institute. Great to have you. First of all, your reaction to what the former vice president just said. Just go in and get it done, basically.
Thanks, Harris. Good to be with you. Look, he's right. You know, there's an old military axiom: in war, mistakes made by kindness are the worst, and you don't want to go there. You want to close the deal. You know, we keep letting them off the hook. Look, they keep talking about moderates in Iran. You know, a moderate in Iran, to me, that's the guy who goes to a public execution of a protester but misses the elite cocktail party afterwards. I don't think there's any there. They're just trying to play this out. I think it's a mistake. I think it's like in a sports game. You go into halftime and you kind of reset the battlefield, what you're going to do. And I think that's what we probably need to do. What's our most important thing? And the president's right about that. It's enriched uranium. We do not need them to be a nuclear power. We need to push that thing down the road a long, long time. JPOA allowed that to happen by 2030. This president has not let that happen. But I think what Vice President Pence said a minute ago is applying full power of the United States, militarily, she was talking about, but also economically and then diplomatically as well. And then you can really shut these guys off. You can make them become isolated. And that's what you want to do. Isolate the entire country.
Retired Navy fighter pilot, Top Gun Matthew Wiz Buckley was in focus yesterday, giving his thoughts, his insight and experience into the Strait of Hormuz. Let's watch.
I've sailed through the Strait of Hormuz a bunch of times on a couple aircraft carriers, and Oman's on the left side, right? If they want to do some sort of, Garden State Parkway or Sopranos, it's going to be the Iranian on the right and Oman on the left. So they're going to try and join forces there. But the president has said repeatedly that's simply not going to happen. We're not going to allow that either. So Oman, it's like many of the regions or countries in the region, they kind of smile and tell us one thing, and behind our backs they're doing something else. So we got to keep an eye on the Omanis.
Lieutenant General Kellogg, your thoughts on that?
Well, he's kind of right about that, is where he's going. But again, I go back to what I said a minute ago. Our initial reason for going there was to eliminate their enriched uranium and to get control of that or destroy it. That's what we need to kind of rethink. We need to go back there and do it. The president had it right. And by the way, Harris, he wasn't talking about today's generation. He was talking about the future generation. He was talking about our kids and our grandkids. And I think if the American people understand that, they're going to rally to a side really hard. You can get some of those polls. You're always going to get bad polls from people who just really don't understand it. But I think we just need to keep the pressure on, reset the fight, get a good idea of what we're doing, and understand that in war, mistakes made by kindness are the worst kind to make. And we just have to finish the deal, close it out.
Yeah, you know, as we watch this, and your line is so important about those mistakes, and you may be trying to do the right thing, and it doesn't turn out the way you wanted. But the president gets a lot of credit for hitting pause and diplomacy at a time when we could go in and decimate them. And he's trying to walk a thin line right now. He says this is the last chance we're covering it. I'm so happy you were my guest. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest
news and stories and something else and et cetera, et cetera. Here is an interesting clip. I really want to know what this is about, but this is Bernie Sanders. Let's take a listen and see what clip has Bill O'Reilly shared about Bernie Sanders. If you guys like Bill O'Reilly, I like Bill O'Reilly. He's a good American patriot. He's a good analyst, and I think he speaks the truth most of the time.
Bill O'Reilly, anchor of the No Spin News, author of Confronting Evil, host of the We Will Do It Live podcast, a man who is never afraid of telling the truth. Bill, very simply, is warning about socialism, yelling about socialism enough for Republicans?
Gives them an advantage, particularly if the Iran war doesn't get settled. And that's a big one. So if somehow President Trump can pull a victory out of the hat in the Middle East, that will change all the polling. And then he's putting pressure, the president is, on the oil companies to drop prices at the pump right now, which they probably will once this Iran thing gets wrapped. So I tell everybody, look, you got 3 months here. A lot of stuff is going to happen. And if you're buying into dopey polls now, they really are not going to mean much.
You say dopey polls, so what does mean something right now if it's not how the American people say they feel?
Well, it has to do with individual races. So it's a good question you're asking. Most of these polls, if you stack them up against the presidential outcome last time around, were so far off, it was laughable. I use a polling outfit called Atlas out of Brazil, and they were by far and away the most accurate. Anyway, the problem the Democrats have is not a perception, but a reality. So you had Bernie Sanders over the weekend, and Bernie Sanders is a dangerous man. He's dangerous. He is a full-fledged communist totalitarian. So he's running around, and his headline in his speeches was that the government, the Democratic Party, will control child care. Now, I went to China a year ago. The Chinese government controls child care. Parents don't have much say in how their children are raised. They don't. The children go to school, they do what the government tells them to do. That is what Bernie Sanders wants to impose on the United States. He'll never come out and say it clearly. But the big, giant, totalitarian state is what Sanders and his crew want.
Okay, Bill, I think you're making my point, though, right? Because we're going to pull down a soundbite. We're planning on playing it later in our on our show from Bernie Sanders about the establishment being out of touch. We're going to get to that when the control room can bring it to us. But you're making my point. I'm asking you about what Republicans have to run on, and you're talking about Bernie Sanders and China and your visit over there.
Well, that's because that's the big thing Republicans have to run on.
Okay,
That's the big thing.
Okay,
they have to run on.
so here's Bernie Sanders. Take a listen.
And you've heard a lot of people say that if you're not going to just kind of fit in nicely with the Democratic establishment, you shouldn't be a Democrat.
Well, maybe the converse is true. Maybe the Democratic establishment should begin to understand they are way, way out of touch with where the American people are.
You and I are in agreement that what Sanders and what others in the Democratic Party are talking about is dangerous, and it is also completely predictable where it ends. Go visit Cuba, go visit Moscow, where Sanders went and honeymooned, go visit China, whatever you want. We know how socialism ends. My question to you is this: scaring people about what happens if you vote for the other side didn't work for Democrats in 2024. People were angry about costs. You and I talked about how angry people were because things cost too much and they felt like Joe Biden and Democrats didn't care about people like them. So why is the same thing going to work for Republicans?
I don't know if it will work. I didn't predict it would work. I'm telling you that's their main issue now.
So that's
Americans do not want a totalitarian communist government. They don't want it. Now, tomorrow night at the election, the nut in Michigan will probably win, but the turnout will be low, and it'll be true believers in the socialist communist cause, and they'll throw him in. The Republicans are overjoyed with this. As Trump said earlier, they believe Rogers will wax this guy because he's so crazy.
So you believe that?
He's so extreme. And I believe it too. No, I don't believe the poll. I know the state of Michigan. It is a divided state. But I don't believe they want communism in that state. I could be wrong.
No, I think, look, we don't know where this goes, but you're making an excellent point, which is that the American people don't want totalitarianism. They don't want communism. That is really, in effect, what a lot of these people say to a certain extent they want. The flip side of that is there is a lot of people who will come back and say Medicaid for all or Medicare for all, single payer health care, not totalitarian. How about giving a credit for people to be able to afford daycare for their kids, not totalitarian? That the hype from Republicans, the warnings, the dire warnings that you and others are issuing, they just don't see.
Well, I can't make them see what socialized medicine has done to the UK. It's destroyed their medical system. Destroyed it.
It is awful.
And we will have in a few weeks on News Nation the proof of that. Okay?
Yeah, no, I know you went to
So Great Britain, right, we're going to do a special on News Nation, and Great Britain bought into the universal health care, and it's destroyed the quality of health care in Great Britain. They cannot carry it out. And that's a nation of what, 90 million? And we got 350 here? Oh, come on. And it's not about child care, Leland. Okay? That's what Sanders wants. All right? It's about the government telling the children what to think, how to behave, circumventing the traditional parenting, because the communists know that out in the heartland, those people are never going to buy into the communist movement, ever. Get the kids. And it's happened in colleges, American colleges, very fine institutions, have collapsed under the weight of progressive politics. So don't say it's not possible. Bernie Sanders has got to be the happiest guy in the country. He never thought he would get this far.
Yep.
He never thought he'd get this far.
True.
So, again, I'm trying to understand where this is going to show up that you're saying. Ohio, Sherrod Brown leads John Husted 48-45. North Carolina, Roy Cooper 53, Michael Whatley 44. Texas, James Tallarico 45, Ken Paxton 40. that is setting up for a situation where the American people are angry and are willing to vote for anybody other than a Republican.
Certainly possible.
You do analysis. Are you saying the only hope that Donald Trump has is wrapping up the war in Iran somehow, which seems unlikely right now, given the state of play, and that gas prices go down?
What has to happen for President Trump and his legacy is a victory over Iran, number one. Number two, lower prices for food and fuel will follow that victory, giving the regular folks some relief. I don't know how much. And then Trump himself, who's going to Michigan tomorrow, is going to have to campaign like hell to get the people's attention that you may not like us, but the other side will destroy your well-being.
So you think,
and it will.
So you think Trump, with a 35% approval rating, is a net positive on the campaign trail in swing states?
If he gets the win in Iran and the lower prices that should follow, that approval rating will go up quickly.
And then he becomes a victorious wartime president. Is he intentionally sort of playing along the war in Iran in order to have a victory closer to the midterms?
No. If he could get out of that thing now, tonight, he would. You know,
So
my own words haunt me. So in February, I talked to the president, just him and me. I said, this is the biggest gamble you have ever taken in your entire life, messing around with these people. They're irrational. They are like the militants in Japan in World War II, in Germany in World War II. They're not going to surrender. It's going to be exceedingly difficult, and you can't count on the Persians to overthrow them. So my words haunt me because it's exactly how it came down.
Yep. And you said those exact same words on this program as well. And now, as you point out, 6 months in, 90 days to go until the midterms. Bill O'Reilly, thank you very much. Good to see you as always.
Thank you for watching.
Let me ask you a question here, Ms. Feminist. Blaming men for letting all this happen, or actually women letting men go through all of this. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think? Who do you think trains men in life? That's right, women. Women. Good women raise great men. The only reason why I didn't join any gang banging groups, the only reason why I have always abide by the law, only reason why I have respect for women and the law, the only reason why I am a patriot today, the only reason why I am the man that I am today is because a woman raised me. With that being said, he died when I was 4 years old in a car accident. Back of a dump truck cut him into pieces on the hill, on going down the hill of the side of a mountain. Tragic death. He had to be sewn back together. While my father was alive, he was the sole provider of the family. We were rich when he was alive. Unfortunately, old school men back in those times, they didn't give their wives access to bank accounts. So we lost millions and became poor. But the same woman didn't give up and raised 5 of us on her own. No welfare. No welfare. No government dependency. All hard work. And that is something to be said. Here in America, and I'm not going to be badging women here, but Let me tell you how a real woman in Honduras back in the day raised real men. My mother had to get up before sunrise, before anybody else, make breakfast. After she fed us, she cleaned the kitchen, cleaned the house. After she cleaned the kitchen, cleaned the house, she will go and do laundry. She will grab this heavy jeans, wash it by hand, all of them, hand by hand, hang it on ropes on the yard. After she finished with that, she will prep lunch. But she will prep extra food because after we finish eating lunch, we will eat and she will clean the kitchen again, grab a basket, make a bunch of plates, take them to the bank, and she will sell them at the market. She will get on a little taxi and she will go down to the market and she will sell all the food plates at a bank. Then came home, make sure that she washed the neighbor's clothing so that she can get paid for that. My mother worked her life off. Never really retired. My mother got throat cancer. She died at the age of 70. What a great woman. What a great mother. Not once did my mother ever blamed a man for the misery that we had to go through. Not once did my mother ever say, men are a problem. Not once did my mother ever blame society's problem on a man. That's why I say she's a real woman. Isn't that interesting? Well, when you have a real woman raising man, they turn out to be a real man. Just happens to be how it is. No, I always been in public school. I went to elementary school in Honduras. The school was called Luis Landa. Luis Landa. The first 2 years, no, the first year of school, first year of elementary school, I got the shit beat out of me by my teacher. Interestingly enough, I was an A student in comparison to the United States of America, and I loved my teacher. Isn't that crazy? I'm not saying I like to get beat down. I'm just saying I respected my elders, and my teacher only whooped me when I didn't behave, when I didn't bring my homework. You know, that's just the way it was back then. It's not like that anymore. It's not like that anymore. But, you know, I come from the school years where we used to make a line, right, before we go to class. And they will check our hands. Make sure that our hands were nice and clean, washed all the way to the elbow. You know why? It's a hot country, dusty. So when you do homework, you leave all the dirt on your hands, on the paper. So we used to make a line. And if we didn't have clean nails, if we didn't have clean hands, washed hands, we will get smacked with the ruler. We'd be forced to go wash our hands and then come back in the line. Once everybody complied, everybody go inside. My teachers were very strict back then. But I'm going to tell you what I learned in my life. Now, this is just what I learned in my life. Second grade, I didn't get hit once. Third grade, not once. Fourth grade, not once. Fifth grade, not once. Sixth grade, once. Got into a fight with the girl. It's all about equality. It's all about equality. But I remember that she forced me to pay attention and she forced me to be a better man. Again, women. Women educating men. And other women, of course. I loved my teachers. I dare say I probably had a crush on one of them, but I'm not sure. My you know, I have mixed emotions back then, you know, hormone changes and stuff, you know. But it's true. I love my teachers. And one thing that I noticed, and it stuck with me. See, many people don't leer. A lot of libtards, they don't leer. But all of us that have common sense, we learn what we are taught. And I remember when we were graduating, whenever we did something, we did our homework, we got an A, we did this and that. Our teacher always rewarded us with a compliment, always honored us, saying how great we were. We behaved. We did our homework. We were independent. We showed that we are going to be good citizens of our nation. That's the Honduras education system. Now they stopped teaching that way, and now you have a bunch of criminals running on the street, worse than they did before. This is true. This is true. But that is the one thing that I've learned here when I come to the States. And the problem is this. See, this country, the United States of America, this country has gone through racism, slavery, civil discord, civil wars, Mexican-American wars, battles with the Indians, settlements and disputes and agreements and deals and all blah, 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 blah. And we have learned throughout history. And when I came to this country, they were teaching in 7th grade what I had learned in 3rd grade in Honduras. Now, this is what's crazy. Even though I was taught to study hard and work hard so that I can feed and take care of my family for the rest of my life. So honoring Honduras means moving to the U.S. Good question. Good question. I'll make a pause just for you. For free, since you don't put a super chat. For free. That is a good question. You see, when I left my country, I was a teenager. My mother waited 5 years to be able to come to this country. Now, you already heard the experience that my mother took care of 5 of us. She was able to raise all 5 of us without my father. But she didn't come here illegally. She didn't come here because she hated our country. She wanted a better life, of course. But she never came here because she hated our country. Waited 5 more years for me to have permission to come here. I tell my story all the time. And here is the difference. I didn't leave Honduras because I think it's a horrible country. I didn't leave Honduras because I think it's the worst place to be. We waited patiently. I love Honduras. I love it. I really do. But after 35 years, 3.5 decades, I decided to become an American citizen. I've never betrayed my country. I still love my country. If I raise the Honduran flag, well, it's because I love my country. But I will never say I ran away from it. I have a choice, and I chose to be in this country, the United States of America. Why do you hate me for making that decision? Shouldn't you be happy that another person loves this country, stands for this country? That's a better question, isn't it? The question is, you should always ask foreigners and migrants, why did you come to this country? Okay? Always ask an immigrant that question. Don't be a libtard. It's okay to ask questions. Candy, welcome. Tanya, good to see you. So, there's my reasons. And I love this country. But with that being said, one of the things that I've learned, even though what they were teaching on 7th grade, I learned in 3rd grade, here is the difference. You see, I learned what I know today, okay? I know what I know today because of what I've been through in life. But this is what I learned from Americans. This is what I learned from the United States of America. schools were soft. Could that be a bad thing? Sure, it's gotten worse. But school, for me, when I came here, maybe the school system was the same as Honduras when I was growing up. Who knows? Maybe that was the thing. But I learned something here in this country. And that is because the United States of America teaches you to be independent. Oh, wait, that's capitalism. Yeah. This is a capitalist country, so it teaches you individualism. Now, I'm from Honduras, and we switched to socialism. Yeah, when we were capitalists, oh, you're so fantastic. When we were capitalists, listen to this. When we were capitalists, the coin of Honduras had the value of 75 cents to $1. Pay attention, libtards. 75 cents to $1 while being capitalist in Honduras. Very short period. Early to mid-'80s. The thing is, we were capitalists, but the party was liberal. I don't know how to explain that to you. But the Liberal Party believed on having foreign relations, treaties, and etc. 75 cents to $1. Today, under socialism, we no longer have the value of 75 cents, 3/4 for $1. Now we got to pay 26 of our coin, $26 of our coin, which we call lempiras, for $1 under socialism. If you don't learn anything, from that, you are a libtard. You are retarded. Do you understand? Under capitalism, 75 cents to $1. Under socialism, 26 to $1. It went over your head, didn't it? That's crazy. No. It's $26. Okay, look, just so I can put it into perspective. Okay, the L stands for lempira. Okay? Now, 26 lempiras equals $1. Like that. 26 lempiras is $1. It used to be 75 cents equaled $1. Just like that. You see the difference? Capitalism versus socialism. Our dollar, our coin, not Lupita, lempira. You're funny, huh? You're funny. Think about that. Why do you think that I talk the way that I talk? Cuba, please. They taught us about Cuba in 3rd grade, about communism, how it was bad. And they don't teach that anymore. Yeah, they don't teach that anymore in school, just so you know. I'm telling you. So again, what did capitalism in the United States taught me? It taught me not what Honduras socialism taught me. See, Honduras socialism taught me that I will work for the rest of my life to provide for my family. Socialism. It is communism. Collectivism is the same thing. Capitalism taught me that I can be an individual. I don't have to use collectivism. I can be an individual. Individualism. I can own my own business. I can make it successful. And once I make it successful, then I can retire. And then I can provide jobs for other people, and I will still make money today. And I'll be taking care of my family. That's capitalism. Yeah, guess who won? Trump's appointed or sponsored politician. El Tío. They call him Uncle. El Tío. No. They call him El Papi. El Papi. For you is grandpa, but for us, El Papi is like daddy. Everybody's daddy. Everybody's daddy. Let me take a look and see if Honduras has changed. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and read it for you here, because I got people that want to teach me history of my own country. The socialist history of Honduras features early in the 20th century labor movements, the 2009 ouster of left-leaning President Manuel Zelaya. Just so you know, Manuel Zelaya was a communist. And the subsequent rise of the Liberty and Refoundation, or Libre Party. Leftist politics in the country evolved from clandestine groups into mainstream governance. Can't believe this. I can't believe this. Manuel Zelaya took office as a moderate Liberal Party president, but shifted leftward during his term, aligning closer with Venezuela's Hugo Chavez. Oh my God, did I say that he was a communist? I wonder why. Oh, yeah. Communists are not capitalists, my friend. Capitalists, no. You can put whatever name you want on it, but we know what was happening. We know what was happening. You see how I just destroyed your argument right there? You said they were capitalists. I called them communists before I even started reading about them. You know why? Because I know about it. Here we go, story time. You brought me again to a story time because President Trump pardoned, according to libtards, President Trump pardoned a drug lord who was the president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez. Well, I did some digging. I did some research. Zelaya, this is just so wonderful. Zelaya, who became a oh my God, bro. Oh my gosh. Woo! I get a rush. I get a kick out of truth. You know that? That truth really, literally sets you free. Nobody can fucking lie to you when you know the truth. Check this out. Oh my God. Thank you, Lord. I want a shot. I want to celebrate. I can't wait to tell you what I'm about to give you right now. I want a shot. Where's my whiskey? Oh, I want to put a whiskey shot in this coffee, bro. I want to make this a Spanish coffee. All right, let me tell you what's going on here. All right. If you have been with me long enough, you may have heard the story that I told you, the truth that I gave you about why President Trump pardoned the president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez. Now, I told you briefly that the president that was working with the Biden administration was a communist. And I briefly told you her husband was also a president of Honduras, 2009. Here's Zelaya. You see, President Juan Orlando Hernandez was the Speaker of the House in Honduras during the time when he was the Speaker of the House. Listen, he saw a general, of our armed forces, Minister of Defense, shot down 3 small planes coming from Venezuela full of drugs. Who aligned themselves with Hugo Chavez, the communist? President Zelaya in 2009. That president fired, listen to me, the president fired the general who shot down those 3 planes. Put this in the back burner. Why? Why? He's protecting Hondurans. You see, when Speaker of the House, Juan Orlando Hernandez, saw this, they investigated. They talked about it. He did not agree with the president with the president firing the general for destroying these cartel drug planes. Very interesting connection. That same president that fired that general is friends with the communist Hugo Chavez from Venezuela, where the drugs from the Cartel de los Soles, where the drugs are coming from. Isn't that interesting? The president of Honduras, who has a relationship with communist Hugo Chavez, fired the Honduran general who shot down 3 small planes carrying drugs from Venezuela into Honduras and from Honduras to the United States of America. You're welcome, fucking Americans. You ungrateful bastards on the left. Anyway, I apologize for the outburst. So the Speaker of the House, Juan Orlando Hernandez, didn't like it. And he said, I am running for president. That's it. It's the only way. Ran for president. Now, just so you know. Here, pretend this is Honduras right here. From Venezuela, drugs were coming in through Honduras. And then from Honduras, they will come through Mexico all the way to the United States of America. That was the route. It was easier that way. Honduras, United States. Venezuela, Honduras, United States. Venezuela, Honduras, United States. Venezuela, Honduras, United States. Once President Juan Orlando Hernandez became president on his second term, he was working with the Biden administration. Unbelievable. He was working with the Biden administration. My friends, salud. Stay thirsty. Yes, still drinking my coffee. No, I didn't add liquor, but one of these days. Anywho, President Juan Orlando Hernandez manages to stop these drug planes from coming to Honduras. So now it goes from Venezuela, no more Honduras, and it goes through the Atlantic Ocean. You guys know. Yeah, the fishing boats that we destroyed. Love you, Trump. No longer are they coming to Honduras. Imagine the coincidence. So the communist president is not president anymore, so Venezuela's Communist Party doesn't send drugs to Honduras anymore. Now, President Zelaya could not run for president again. So guess who runs? His wife. Oh. We are not stupid. We like to do some research. And I am telling you right now, you can say whatever the hell you want about Democrats, but they're fucking communists. I guarantee you they are fucking communist. I guarantee you 100%. So President Juan Orlando Hernandez is working with Biden and the administration. And then fucking Garland comes out one day. No more drugs coming through Honduras. Garland comes out and says, The president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, is a drug lord. Unbelievable. So they managed to lie to the people, and just guess who became president. After he stepped down because they threatened his family's life, guess who became president? Let's see if you're paying attention. Don't insult me, you fucking libtards. Put it on the chat. I want to see if you really are paying attention. Who became the president of Honduras? When the Biden administration set up the coup, just like January 6th was a setup, who became president of Honduras? I just gave you the answer a long time ago. If you're paying attention, you got the answer. The communist wife of communist President Zelaya. And guess what happened? The guy goes to jail, and he turns himself in, comes to the prison, to the Justice Department here, and while he's in prison, he's thinking, I am innocent. The proof is going to show that I've been working with the Biden administration. Everything is great. And then he finds out that they have blamed him for the drugs coming from Venezuela. Oh, son of a bitch, the truth shall set you free. Guess who became president of Honduras? The wife of the communist. And to seal this betrayal, not just of the Honduran people, but of the American people, to seal the betrayal, she goes and takes a picture with Nicolas Maduro, the new communist tyrant, and acknowledges that he is the rightful president who actually became president of a stolen election. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Well. How the tables have turned. A criminal Joe Biden who stole the election in the United States of America puts an innocent president for stopping communist cartels from bringing drugs to Honduras, to the United States of America, puts him in jail, and puts a communist in power of Honduras. Very interesting story, isn't it? This is what's great. The person, Salvador Narrala, see, he's running as a vice president with this communist lady. And he goes around like this man called Shifty Shift. And he goes around and he says, I got the proof of his corruption. Thousands and thousands of proofs of his corruption. Once they stole the election in Honduras, just joking. There's no proof. God bless Honduras. God bless Honduras. And so we the people say, hey, wait a fucking minute. You say you have proof. Where is the proof? None whatsoever. You know what bullshit they came up with? This is really fantastic. You ready for this? Here we go. They grabbed one of the drug dealers. Yeah. The drug dealers, the ones that, what do you call it? Like a drug lord, I guess. And he has this diary, some sort of agenda. Yeah, and they say, oh yeah, on Tuesday, February the 3rd, at 3:45 p.m., we have delivered the drugs to President of Honduras, like that. President of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez. And we gave him this drug, blah, blah, blah. On this day, we also dropped off another load of drugs, blah, blah, blah. Juan Orlando Hernandez, the president of Honduras. Who the fuck is going to put the whole name of the president? They think we're stupid. That's the rookiest mistake right there. So you take the words of a criminal and you bribe him to make the president of Honduras look like a drug lord. Try to make him look guilty as fuck. But when you do a research, when you learn history, you put everything together. 1, 2, and 3. Is that easy? Is that easy? JFK tried to fix the Bay of Pigs, trying to stop communist Cuba, and failed. President Donald J. Trump. Venga por mí, cobarde! Come and get me, coward, says the president. The illegitimate president. The drug lord. The kingpin of the Cartel del Soles. Nicolás Maduro. Venga por mí! Aquí lo espero! Come for me! I wait for you. President Trump said, okay. Oh, here we go. Baila la Macarena. Yeah. One for you, one for me, my friend. We'll coming over tonight. We'll come and visit. We drink up some tequila, maybe a little bit of vodka, whatever it is that you communist people do. Make sure your wife is dressed because she's coming with us as well. Bam! He's in jail right now. And then he said, we are also going to go after Iran. Don't worry, Cuba. We're coming for you. Yeah, we're coming for you. We're going to Iran. And President Trump says, hey, listen. Here we go. I want to let you know right now, if you continue to enrich uranium, we're going to bomb the shit out of you. But I'm going to say this. If you lay a finger on any of those Iranian people, I'm coming for your ass. And the dumbass low IQ Iranian regime of terrorists says, oh yeah? We don't give a fuck. Let's go ahead and kill 45,000 Iranians protesting. See what this Trump taco is going to do. Fucked around and found out, didn't he? Iran has won the war. Yeah. No, it was failed. Bay of Pigs was failed. It was failed. And the reason why it failed is because we had traitors in our government leaking information to communist Cuba. That is a fact. Mexico. I feel sorry for Mexico. I love Mexican people. Mexican people are phenomenal. They truly are hardworking people. There's a lot of great Mexican people. There's a lot of educated Mexican people. There really is. I don't mean that because there might be some Mexicans here. I don't give a fuck. I really mean it. Mexicans are, whether you like it or not, whether Hondurans, some, not all, whether some Hondurans don't like Mexicans, whether Mexicans don't like Honduras, it's irrelevant. There was a time in history we were all Mexican, believe it or not, all the way down to Panama. Most Mexicans probably don't know that. But we look up to Mexico in a way because Mexico is a developed country. It's still a big country. They have good technologies. Well, maybe not as good as the United States, obviously, but they have good technology. They have a good market. I mean, think about it. Mexico has the Gulf of America, and they have a great coast on the Pacific Ocean. It's phenomenal. It's a country with such potential for huge development and capitalist growth and wealth. Mexico, it's so underrated. If Mexico was ran with good presidents, Mexico will probably be freaking close to the United States of America. Let me tell you that right now. Money makes the world go round. I tell you that right now. Ah, man. You know, I get this adrenaline rush when history fits. You know, it's like putting a puzzle. You got all these pieces of puzzle everywhere, but you don't know what the fuck it is. But once you start putting the pieces together, you start to see the bigger picture. That's how I know today the Democratic Party are communist. See, there was a history. There was a footprint that was left behind from communists, Marxist. And the people today on the Democrat Socialists of America, especially, are the most retarded people that have ever run for politics. But I dare say, the people that vote for them, for Pete's sakes, you are even more retarded than them. Unbelievable. I'm going to tell you, a lot of people that I thought were far left, that I thought were bad Democrats, holy shit. They don't look that bad anymore. Even though we still know the truth. Kennedy was not a communist. Calm down, Susan. Go take your fucking medications and then come back. Ay, ay, ay. Retardation of these people. Unbelievable. I think Susan just wanted me to pay some attention to her. So there you go. Go get your fucking medication, Susan. Unbelievable. Ay, 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 man. I love it. Now, you know what? I can't tell you this story every single day, but it is what it is. Well, today, Democrats today, I should clarify. Yeah, the Democrat Party, as you know, if you have been on my show long enough, when we talk about the Democratic Party, people know who I'm talking about. Trump was a Democrat as well. That didn't make him a communist, did it? Fucking pay attention, will ya? I don't know. Maybe I just don't know how to explain myself. It is what it is. Take my information with a grain of salt. Ah, man, I love it, man. I love it when people question me, man. Susan, I got nothing but love for you, by the way, you crazy old bat. I love you, lady. You're fantastic. You're fantastic in my book. I'm still gonna cuss you out when you step out of line, though. That's just the way I am. It is what it is. Take it with a grain of salt, as I said. Now, with that being said, I do have a couple of clips that I want to play for you. Now, I normally don't play CBN much. It's a religious station, I believe, right? Is that right? Is a religious station? Christian Broadcasting Network, I think is what it is. Okay, so I normally don't play clips from there because I don't know. Maybe I will start putting some Christian stuff on my show, but I try not to go to the too far religious look down, okay? But let's take a listen to see what they say when they say that communism doesn't work. Here, let's just let the video speak for itself. Here we go.
All eyes are on the Democrat primary for the U.S. Senate in Michigan. Four-term U.S. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, backed by the Democratic establishment, is facing off against progressive Abdul El Sayed. Recent polling shows Sayed with a slight advantage. He's been endorsed by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
It has now become an election of national significance. And it is an election of historical significance.
Someone might have to ask the senator who's campaigning for my opponent where he was. I'm here to solve problems for the people of Michigan.
The contest is seen as the latest indication of the growing strength of Democratic socialists in the Democratic Party. El Sayed says he is not a democratic socialist, but he has spoken at their events and is backed by supporters of the Democratic Socialists of America Party. Analysts say a win for him would be viewed as a victory for the movement. Democratic Socialist candidates are making gains in the party this year, winning primary victories in New York, Colorado, and Illinois. The DSA party platform includes making radical changes to the U.S. Constitution, including abolishing the U.S. Senate, abolishing the Electoral College, and having Congress elect the President and Supreme Court. They're also making revolutionary economic proposals, attracting the criticism of longtime liberal HBO host and comedian Bill Maher.
One of the new soon-to-be Democratic congresspeople, Darlisia Chevalier, supports seizing all properties from landlords and said seize the means of production. Mendami has said the end goal is seizing the means of production. I think they want to seize the means of production. Now, maybe you missed that in school or missed school altogether, but that's communism. That's communism, which we tried, and it doesn't work.
Popular progressive streamer Hassan Piker, a growing force in the party's left wing, has helped fundraise for socialist candidates and has been accused of anti-American and anti-Semitic statements. In 2019, he said America deserved 9/11. He later walked this statement back.
Hassan Piker thinks communism is so groovy. He laments the fall of the two of the most murderous regimes in history, the Soviet Union and Chairman Mao's China.
The rise of the far-left Democrats threatens to split the party. Prominent Democratic strategist James Carville says he's ready to leave over the issue.
I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy.
Charlene Aaron, CBN News.
Well, the divisions couldn't be clearer, and for Democrats in America, they're facing a very critical test. Bernie Sanders had a surprising showing all the way back in 2016 as he's running against Hillary Clinton for the nomination, and it was absolutely stunning how many votes he obtained. And here we are 10 years later, and he's back at it very earnestly trying to promote a socialist agenda. He hasn't been quiet about it. He is absolutely a socialist. Here's some other things the Democratic Socialists of America stand for. They want to defund the police. We've all heard that in the protests. That's nothing new, but they're absolutely saying, yes, we still need to do that. But on top of that, they want to abolish prisons. They want to abolish borders. I can't imagine a society that you've got to be kidding me. You're serious. You really do want that. So in addition to no U.S. Senate, no Republic anymore, this Congress that elects everything, so there aren't balances, there aren't checks and balances anymore. Congress gets to decide the Supreme Court. Congress gets to decide the president, all of these things. And again, you just have to be kidding me. And then when they start taking, personal property, that you have no property rights, the state owns everything. Well, we've been there. The world has been there. But they're saying it's the greatest opportunity for socialism since 1920. Now, wrap your head around that one and go back into that history of what happened with the communist revolution in Russia, how that turned into the Soviet Union, all of the problems of Stalin, and the New York Times of all newspapers in the world was claiming this economic miracle in Russia and how everything was just so wonderful. And they were doing it in the 1930s as Stalin was systematically exterminating people. Let's wake up to this. If you're a Democrat, please go out and vote today. The party, the future. I never thought I'd see socialism, communism get this far in election cycles and actually have elected politicians who are now in office. I never thought I would see Democrats ally with terror groups That's another thing the Democratic Socialists believe. They fully back Hamas in Gaza. They fully back what happened on October 7th. They think.
Call him a liar. Call him a liar all you want. But we have facts over facts over facts over facts. And proof over proof over proof. Every single day we hear this Democrat socialist libtards lie right in front of your faces. These guys they're just complete retards. I'm going to tell you that right now. Complete retards. It's America is being attacked from all sides. All of our enemies want a piece of the United States of America. They are so jealous. They're so envious. They hate Americans because of the success and because in God we trust. The one true God, not Allah, but the God Jehovah, Jehovah, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is the one true God who sent Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son. That's why they hate us. Muslims hate the Jews. Christ was sent to the Jews. They rejected him. But a lot of them followed him. We were giving the opportunity to be adopted into the kingdom, and we believe in Jesus Christ. And we believe in the Holy Spirit because Jesus Christ said that he would send him after him. And all the apostles on the day of the Pentecostal got baptized with the Holy Spirit. And they all have gained gifts and spoke in tongues. Don't believe those fake-ass Pentecostal churches that tells you to say and mumble a bunch of nonsense and that's speaking in tongues. That's not speaking in tongues. That is demonic. I am against that bullshit Christianity, fake-ass miracle. Let me tell you a story. When I was 22 years old, I was having problems in my marriage. You see, my wife was abusive, and we used to fight all the time. Before my son was born, Dennis Jr., she jumped on me when I was in a jacuzzi. Yeah, a hot tub at the apartments that we lived in. I don't know what the hell she was talking about. There was this girl there, which I had nothing to do with at all. And we were in the opposite side. I sat as far away as I could from her. That's just the kind of man I am. I was married, waiting for my son. I was a happy married man. Comes in, sees the other girl, looks at me, jumps on. Well, long story short, she had a blood cloth between the baby and the placenta. Something like that. I don't remember what the actual words were. So I got, my son was born. And my wife at the time, she suffered to give this birth. And it melted me. It's like I got put through the furnace of some sorts. And I said, maybe I'm the problem. Maybe these fights that we have in this marriage is my fault. I need to be a better leader. I need to be a better person. So one day I come out on the balcony of my apartment about to smoke a cigarette, busted out with my Marlboro Reds. And I said, God, I don't want to smoke anymore. And I threw the cigarettes. Yes, I litter in the apartment property. And I said, I want to be a good father and a good husband. And that same week, Friday night worship at a Pentecostal Hispanic church, my whole family went there. My brother-in-law was a pastor. My brother was a worship lead. My sister was the wife and the worship lead as well. And I remember that I came in to this church completely destroyed in my heart. And I truly repented. And I truly believe that God's presence was there. And I remember walking in there, and I go straight to the altar. And I just fall down on my knees. And I start sobbing. And as I'm crying, I'm looking up with my eyes closed. And I see Jesus on the cross. Lightning, crazy storming. As the light would hit his body, it's unrecognizable. You could see the crown of thorns, but you don't recognize his face because it was disfigured beyond recognition. And I felt this fire fall upon me. And my tears started to burn my face. And I start speaking in tongues, and I know what I'm saying. And I interpret the gift of tongues. So I know that when the Holy Spirit baptizes you and gives you a gift, it's not a gimmick. It is a gift. Here's the crazy part. I never asked for it. I never asked for anything. All I actually asked for was forgiveness. I asked for no gifts. I asked for no money, no house, no car, nothing. Not even to save my marriage. I just said, forgive me. And I'm sorry that I have turned my back on you. A few months later, we go into this campment. I always forget the town because I confuse it with Leavenworth. What's the other town going towards Yakima? What's the other town? I can't remember. There is a town before you go to Yakima. I always confuse. I don't know why. But I remember that it was the last day that we were here in this camp meeting. On a Sunday morning, everybody is in this building. Everybody's cooking, waiting for breakfast. And I am led into the wilderness, away from everybody. It's crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. And I go out there, and I feel the heat. It's about 100 degrees out there. And I kneel down on top of these rocks and sand on the ground. And I just give God thanks. I said, thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,000 thank yous. Hallelujah. Glory. Glory to you. Holy be your name. And everything is Spanish. And I'm just praising him and giving him thanks. I'm not singing. I'm just giving them praise. Just thank you for all the bad things that have happened in my life. Thank you for the sufferings of my childhood. Thank you for the people that hated me. Thank you for the enemies. Thank you for all the people that attacked me. Thank you for all the strength. And thank you for the weakness. I thank them for everything. And I was sobbing. Hot tears. I'm assuming it was this hot summer weather. And then when I finished, I felt strong. So I go and join the rest of the people. They were already done eating. So I was fasting. They had a circle of people, and they were singing and dancing and worshiping. And I come in there, and I started saying, thank you, God, and praising them with everybody else. There was a problem. I look at the pastor, the co-pastor, the leaders, the congregation. Everybody looked confused. Something was not right. You see, I didn't realize this. But they were praying for answers. And there was this evangelist, Puerto Rican evangelist, comes over, grabs my hand, and he says, Dennis, I want you to come and pray with me. When he grabbed my hand and he separated me from everybody else, I saw the envy, the jealousy. I dare say maybe some hate. And I thought, why? Why would people do that? I didn't understand. And he says, just come over here with me and just pray. Just pray. I said, why? He said, just pray. So I start praying, start speaking in tongues. The message was for me, so I didn't translate it. And then I see Jesus up in the sky just reaching down on him, reaching to him. But he has to walk on water. You see, the ocean was very scary. But Jesus said, just keep your eyes on me. You will be okay. And when I said this, he starts speaking in tongues. Sure, whatever you want, Death. With that name, who understands you? It is very crazy. But you libtards don't understand that God will use even the worst of us to deliver his message, and here I am. He starts praying in tongues. And I told him, he says to me, I don't understand what I'm saying. And I told him the vision, and I told him, and I explained to him, God says he knows. Now listen to this. This is, I don't care what you think. God says, I have seen your weakness, and I know that you're being tempted. But if you keep your eyes on me, I will save you. And I say the ocean is all the women tempting you, but there is a specific person. Praise be to God. All the power, all the glory, all the praise goes to God. I didn't know. And when I told him, I felt this lightning coming between us. And he falls to the ground and starts shaking. So he comes down and we finish. And he comes and tells me, I was this close to sleeping with this woman in this congregation. And everywhere that I go and preach, I am constantly on temptation by women. I didn't know. And that day, very few people, praise God. The rest of them were jealous and hated me. I had a group of Mexicans that came. It was about 6 of them. And they came over and they say, why you? Why you? And I said, I don't know. I said, why you ask me? They said, I have been praying for 3 months. The other one said, I have been praying for 6 months. I have been fasting. And I have been doing everything right. And I've been asking God to give me, bless me with a gift. And I said, see, that's where we're different. I never ask God for any gift, but I always pray for everybody else. God bless Israel. Bless their people. Give them strength. Give them the wisdom to continue to fight evil. God bless those families who need a place to live. Those families who need a place to eat. Give them the wisdom and the strength. Take care of them. Guide them. Bless them. Nothing from me. And I receive quite a few gifts from God. And I think today, if God ever called me back to ministry, let it be his will, not mine. And after everything that I have seen in my life, and I have seen how the devil, how these communist people and all these Muslims who bring hate and violence to this Christian nation come over here and go to Christian nations and abuse them and beat them and rape them and kill them. I realize that I need to be a different kind of Christian. And that's what you see here today. Every day you come into my show, that's what you see. I am the person that I need to be to give you the truth and deliver the message of salvation. And guess what? You don't have to believe it. You don't even have to choose anything. You're going to hell if you don't choose God. It's very simple. Very simple. See, when they come in here and say, oh, you're not a Christian, why are you cursing? Shut the fuck up. How's that? Huh? Now what? What else you got on me? Oh, well, you're not a Christian. The Bible says you're supposed to love your neighbors. Yeah, and what do you do when you love your neighbor? You tell them the truth. You show them how to respect the law so that they don't have to live in fear. What do you do when you fear God and you believe in God? You tell the truth. You don't ever give advice to break the law. We asked for it, and he gave it to us. We get to choose salvation. God doesn't choose you. You choose. You know that. God doesn't choose you. You choose to be with God. Period. It's called free will. Now, if you are talking in a sense of accepting you, then that is the right choosing. Because the Bible does say many are called, but very few are chosen. If you talk about that kind of choosing, yes. But that choosing doesn't happen until you choose to make the change. Does that make sense? I don't want to trash your comment there, my friend. I just want you to understand that. God will not force you to be with him. He will always let you make the decision. And then he will choose you. That's how it works. Man, it's crazy. Crazy. All these demons over here talking crazy stuff. But you know what? We continue to tell the truth. With that being said, for those of you who believe that Jesus Christ will tell all these illegal immigrants to just be here and there's no problem, you are the devil. You are the devil. Because what Jesus said was give Caesar what's Caesar's and give God what's God's. And he also said that I send you into the world to deliver a message, but where you are not welcome, you are to turn around and leave that place. Fact check me. Fact check me. Trump is right. Spain border crisis prompts new warnings. Let's see if anybody actually is paying attention. Let's take a listen, see what's going on here.
So today, European leaders meeting to address the deadly mass migrant surge in Spain, as President Trump warns it could happen here if the far left takes charge again.
Very careful with the whole socialist thing. When I saw what happened in Spain, I said, you know, we had a version of that. You could say much worse. We're going to be just like that if you put these lunatics in that I see running for office. We had an open border a year and a half ago. We had the worst border in the history of our country. Now we have the best border.
Our next guest was born in the United Kingdom and has been covering European immigration crisis for years. Washington Examiner editorial director Hugo Gurdon joins us now. Hugo, thanks so much for joining the program.
Thank you very much for having me.
You know, part of the problem in Europe right now, when you see the people so frustrated, goes directly to this issue, right?
Yeah, it absolutely does. They're very frustrated because they have never said that they want all of these immigrants. They have never been asked. They've never voted for it. And yet they're led by one government after another from different parties. And none of them seems to be strong enough or determined enough. None of them has the will to make sure that Europe is kept for the Europeans. And they're day after day, month after month, thousands of immigrants are coming in, a lot of them from Africa, as was the case in this Spanish enclave, Ceuta, coming in from Morocco, 60,000 in a couple of days. It's very frustrating for the Europeans, and that's why there are new parties springing up promising to do something about it.
That's exactly right. And Hugo, this all came about because of this socialist push, and many people in our country are now trying to model themselves after Europe.
Yeah, it's exactly so. You know, one has to remember that socialism is an international movement. And a lot of the socialists, you know, the socialists who just won in New York, the socialists running for the Senate in Michigan right now, they are for open borders. They're not hiding this. They don't believe in, they want to abolish ICE. They don't believe in policing the borders. They want, in fact, the socialists of America very explicitly say they want non-citizens to vote. So they're all for this. And President Trump is entirely right that we had an appalling situation under President Biden, and it's now largely been fixed. We have a secure border. But you can see what it's like as it continues in Europe. And in fact, one of the points that I think is really important is that this could ultimately break up the EU. You've already had Italy suspending the agreement to allow movement of peoples across borders, and that's supported by both Denmark and Finland. One of the core ideas of the European Union is that there should be free movement of goods and people. Well, you can't have free movement of people if there are total foreigners crossing the border without permission, and they're being let in by countries like Spain.
It's such a good point. And people need to remember what happened during the Biden years. It's part of the reason how you got Donald Trump in the first time around. And this is why people send him back to office. There's been such a focus on ICE in this country. And now how we got to this point. You don't want to look like that. Hugo, thanks so much for joining the program.
Thank you.
Be sure to like.
I do want to let you be aware that there is false prophets, false teachers. There is false pastors and bishops and cardinals and all this. There's a lot of falsehoods everywhere. And that's what you have to be aware of. Why do you think that Jesus will have to come here illegally? The stupidity of that question. Let me start. You know, maybe you're a kid. Maybe you don't know. I am aware that there is a few youngsters that sneak in through my 18+ channel, okay? Let me talk to you, trying to give you enlightenment. Jesus Christ left and gave us a specific instructions on how he's coming back for his people. You see, Jesus when he was praying at the Mount of Olives before he was to be crucified, he ascended to heaven and came back down. And before he left, he said, as you see me leaving to the Father, I shall come back in the same way. So the disciples, all the apostles that were there, because a lot of people don't share this, but Jesus came back from the grave, resurrected, and made many more miracles. And a lot of people saw him. And these are witnesses of this time. But as they saw Jesus going up and ascending into heaven and disappearing in, he will also come back in the same way, but he's going to come back with all his might and glory. All his angels will come with him. 2 Thessalonians says that we are to be transformed into spirits. Those who have died believing in Christ, they will also be resurrected and transformed into spirits. You will have no penis, no vagina, no flesh to make you weak. You will be just as strong as God has made you. No more prison of the flesh. No more need to choose any gender. See, this is why God makes it very specific. He created Adam and Eve with a purpose. See, obedience, it starts with the first son and daughter of God, Adam and Eve. He said you will multiply. In Spanish, we say something like, "will be fruitful," right? I think it's in English. Be fruitful. So you are a man, you're supposed to find a partner, female, to reproduce. And you will be pleasured into joining. But you should join just that one person. I know history has changed a lot, but we have come to where we are today in civilization. You have to understand, whether brothers and sisters were multiplying back then, that was not a problem. The problem began as sin continued to multiply. You are not allowed to sleep with your sister or your first cousin. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. But I can tell you, God is real, man. And everything, I don't want to make it too long about this religion thing, but God is real, and we're seeing all the signs. We're seeing all the signs today, and many people can ignore it. You don't have to believe what we believe. Obviously, you don't have to believe what I believe. At the end of the day, I believe in the promise that I receive. You know what the difference is between me and Muslims? Muslims like to be Muslims because I guess the garments, the religious robes and whatever, make them feel special about themselves. I don't give a shit about myself. I just want to be back with my Father. I want to be back with my Creator. That's all I want. I don't want treasures. I don't want gold. I don't give a shit about that. I just want to be with Him and worship Him. No pain, no sorrow. Never tired, never weak. What else can we ask for? There's nothing. There's nothing else. You believe what you want. But I will tell you this, that the Bible, it is a book of recipe of life. If you follow the Bible, if you follow the new gospel of Jesus Christ, you will have a happy, joyful life. That this world continues to make us feel miserable. We will have pain because of this weak flesh. But you have to continue to believe until the last minute, till your last breath of life. You got to be like the Apostle Paul. On these last days, I fought the good fight. I finished the race. He kept his faith despite having vision problems, despite having possible ulcer problems. He has stomach problems, stomach pains. Despite aging, despite weakness, despite diseases, he kept the faith in Jesus Christ. Respect. But all the glory goes to God. That's simple. All right, we'll close with that. And then let's see. I think Mr. Gill was invited last night to Sean Hannity's show. I want to hear what he has to say. Let me take a listen. I didn't watch all of it last night, so let's watch this
with
clip.
More. Texas Congressman, our friend Brandon Gill, is with us. You know, whatever name it has gone under, whatever form it's taken on, whatever manifestation it's taken on, it always ends the same way. Unfulfilled promises, more poverty than when you start, a loss of freedom in the name of false security, and then you have all of these power-hungry politicians that you'll never get rid of. Why is the idea of empowering the government to take from one group of people that work very hard to earn it and give it to other people so they get elected? Does that sound fair to you?
No, of course not. And I think once this plays out, most Americans are going to realize how destructive it is. But for Mamdani, let's be very clear about what he's doing. This is not an attempt to make America or New York City more prosperous. It's not an attempt to promote human flourishing or to do any kind of good for his community. It is purely a weapon that he can use against his political enemies, i.e. taxpayers and business owners who are going to be run out of business because they're having to compete with the government, and a way for him to use these grocery stores to reward his political allies. And those are the people that he believes are going to be using the grocery stores, whose votes he's essentially buying off. It is a raw Machiavellian power play. And I think that's what is so, in many ways, so disturbing and disgusting about it.
Yeah. All right. So they have this new idea Mamdani has, farm to table. And this is the front page of the New York Post today, right there. And this is for prisoners. And they're going to get fresh food delivered to them. Now, I guess this is up until the time, I know part of they want to defund and eliminate all cash bail. They want to eliminate all prisons. They want to defund the police, open borders, amnesty, eliminate the Senate, the presidency, and courts. So what happens when you start losing Bill Maher and you start losing the likes of John Fetterman and you start losing James Carville and even Van Jones, as Dan Bongino brought up, and Joe Manchin? What happens when you start losing that group of people?
Well, I think the Democrat Party is starting to implode under this. I think they're losing Democrats across the country who look at stuff like this and think that defunding prisons is insane. Or if you're not going to defund prisons, adding a food delivery service for prisoners, that's just genuinely nuts. And when they're not doing that, they're trying to defund the police, and they're trying to trans 3-year-olds, and they're trying to put drag queens in little kids' schools, and they're letting criminals loose on our streets. I mean, it goes on and on and on about how the new Democrat Party, the Democrat Party under these socialists, with Mamdani as the key ideological leader, is making life tangibly worse for the people that they govern. That's turning our streets into third world hellholes, and they're doing it with a smile on their face because they know that's ultimately their goal. Their goal is control of these cities, but it is also to create an environment that they believe will be conducive to their political future, regardless of what it means for your average American or your average New Yorker.
All right, Brandon Gill, we appreciate you. All right, thanks for watching.
All right, I don't know if you guys, if anybody wants to call in today, let me know. But I do want to play this clip here. I guess Byron Donalds is addressing some ads smearing him before the primary. Let's take a listen to this little piece of information.
So I'm glad I got to hear you today. You're right on top of everything. And what you're being exposure now is not good. It's like bad ads that make you wonder. And I'm just saying that having heard you, I'm convinced, and I need to see you do a debate. I need to see a debate, and I think you would do great with a debate. And YouTube is not putting you up. It's like there's nothing about you on there. All you get to see is the bad ads. And you need to put out more ads, good ads, and that's it.
Well, thank you for your vote. I appreciate your vote and your support. We're 15 days to the primary, so we are in that time where you're either the best thing that anybody's ever heard in their life, or you're the worst thing anybody's ever heard in their life. And it's unfortunate that's what happens in politics. In the primary, we're doing incredibly well. I think the reason why you're seeing nothing but negativity about me, in short, is because I'm winning by a lot. And so the only thing that these other campaigns can do at this point is attack me for them to have a chance. The reason why a debate never occurred in this campaign, and this is just being very direct, those other campaigns were never close. Even right now, by every major polling aggregator, I'm up 40 points in the polls. They were never close, even though in their internal camps they think they are, but they're not. And I made a decision that if I decided to debate them, then what I would actually be doing is elevating them. And I made a decision not to elevate them. And I think the decision, we'll find out in 15 days, but I think I'm going to be proven correct. Being able to debate, I mean, the competitive side of me is just like, yeah, do it, why not? Let's just throw it, let's just do it. But, you know, in politics, like in life and like in business, you have to think strategically in order to accomplish your goals. In the general election, we are going to debate. I've already challenged, it looks like David Jolly is going to be the Democrat nominee. I've challenged him to 3 debates already. And I think it's going to be important because there are major issues between the 2 candidates and between the 2 parties that the people of Florida need to get clear answers on. So I look forward to those. But yeah, I'm aware. They're trashing me all through social media these days. But there's an old adage in politics. If you're the one being attacked, that means you're winning. And if people aren't attacking you, that's because nobody cares. Why attack? And that's really been the state of the race for quite some time. I'm glad you got a chance to come, though, and hear me talk through these issues, because it's important, I think, for people to be able to hear, you know, kind of like my unfiltered thoughts, because even some of my thoughts have been clipped and reclipped 10 different times. It's actually kind of funny. I'm like, wow, they really went to work on some of these. But that's unfortunately, that's what happens in politics. But 15 days to go, the voters of Florida will decide who's going to be the Republican nominee. By all intents and purposes, by all the data we've seen. And by the way, in our campaign, we've knocked over 350,000 doors statewide. So even though the debate didn't happen, we've been in every community in Florida, just about 61 of the 67 counties. We have knocked doors all over Florida, way more than anybody else has. Like, I don't even think anybody else is really knocking doors. We've knocked 350,000. So we've really been going to the voters, bringing our message, bringing our ideas, and it's actually been resonating very, very well across the state. So 15 days on to November, and I look forward to the debates with Mr. Jolly. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I told Jake Tapper on CNN, I said, Jake, you should come down. You might be able to do one. And I told Laura Ingraham on Fox when I saw her about a month ago, I said, Laura, you should do a town hall in Florida. It'll be great. We'll find a venue, maybe here in Jacksonville. We'll do a big town hall, let people see it. Ask, again, just similar to this, ask whatever you want. Because I think it's important for the people to be able to hear the unfiltered thoughts of the person that's going to lead the state into the future.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you for that question. And yeah, it's okay to clap.
I just want to say for the record, they're going to clip you, man. If that video, they're going to clip you. Side note, politics today is, because of social media, and I think social media on its whole is a net positive for society. I do. Because it's allowed for more conversations to occur with more people unfiltered, as opposed to going through the local news or the local news station. So it's been a net positive. What we've also seen is, everybody's a news editor now. So they're going to clip that with something I said, and it's fine. But it
Bruh, you mean you guys missed all these jokes that I was just saying? Well, son bitch. Maybe some of them were not good. Robert. Oh man. I was saying all these nice things about you. I guess it wasn't meant for you to hear them. But anyways, what I said is that I have a little fix for Robert Maga. We got a little bit of Crime Chef. The sound guy sucks. I have a little bit of Crime Chef to share with you guys. Hey, guys, we only have, let me see, how many views we got today? We only got 34,000 views. All right, that's not enough. We've been here for 3 hours, guys. Come on. 34,000 views. We are up to 22,848 subscribers. But just so you know, a lot of those subscribers there are just trolls that they like to come in to just give us shit. So when they do show up, I expect you guys to let them know who is boss. With that being said, Crime Chef, a day ago, there's another one, but we're going to put the 1 day ago story here for your entertainment only. Here we go.
He reaches for the holstered sidearm. The agent, unlike him, is a professional. He survives. Millions of him tonight would not have. Up next, a New Yorker's legal opinion on the warrant.
Get away from him! Get away from him! Get the away from him! Get the away from him! You don't have no warrants! Get the away from him! Get the away from him! Ice! Ice! You don't know anything! He could be a citizen! You don't have a warrant! Get the out of here! Get the out of here! Stop kidnapping people! Let him go! You don't have. Where's your warrant? Where's your warrant? Where's your warrant? Where's your warrant? Where's your warrant?
He demands the warrant. It is filed with a judge, not with him.
Where's your warrant? Where's your warrant? Where's your warrant? You don't know him. He's a citizen. You guys. You guys. You guys. You guys. You guys. You guys.
The agents proceed. His performance ends where every sidewalk performance ends, in traffic. Next, a second meltdown Manuel meets the arresting agent's cross-examination.
That was real sad, man. It was real sad. You know, I really highly recommend you going for people that are actually rapists People that aren't doing. People.
We're going after
No, you're not. No, you're not.
And you came
You
out
know
of the
that.
same house, right? So you hang out.
I came out the same house.
You hang out with convicted criminals?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't. I came out the same house. What house I come out from? What house I come out from?
The house you came out of.
What house
You
is
think
it?
we just picked a random house? And
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, dude.
He volunteers that he came out of the target's house. The agent thanks him for the tip.
Percent because, dude, my parents own 5 properties, dude, and that's one property that they had, dude. Dude, you're full of you know that.
Okay.
You're full of Go for rapists, go for people that are not doing good in this country. That's the ones. No, you're not, dude. You know that.
Who are we going after?
No, you're not. I don't. No, you're going just for the brown-skinned people. That's what you're going for.
Not that good. Okay.
Yeah, if that's what the news is telling you, buddy, buy into it.
All right.
Okay, whatever, dude.
He tells the agents to get educated. They already have, at his expense. Now, a Manhattan activist gets too close to the canister. CB Freeport's gentleman reached for the sidearm. She reached for the canister. Federal chemistry works either way. Her request is redundant, so is her vision. After this, a taco patron delivers her expert testimony.
I hope you guys know that you guys are terrible people. Terrible people. Taking innocent people. Okay, fine, I'll stay back, but I want you guys to know that you guys are gonna in hell for taking innocent people. Fucking that poor guy has not done anything.
How do you know? Do you know him? You don't even know who he is.
Yeah, I do know him because he cooks my tacos all the time. You guys are.
Her evidence is that he cooks her tacos. The federal indictment hasn't questioned his tacos.
Yeah, hope you guys rot in hell.
She wishes the agents a good day. Polite for a woman losing her taco supply. Bibi. Next, the cold open Californian sidewalk stroke.
What, are you gonna hit me with your car? God damn, get the out of here. You. Leave these people alone. No habla nada. No habla nada. I backed up. Get out of our city. La migra. La migra está aquí. The is wrong with you? The is wrong with you? God damn it, I've already backed up. Get out of our city! Get the out of our city! Get out of our city, you pieces of the is wrong with you grabbing people for no reason? No warrant, no probable cause. Get the out of our city! Get out of our city! It's La Migra! You pieces of you absolute pieces of get out of our city! Get out of our city! La Migra!
She informs ICE in a rising chorus that they are La Migra. This has been true throughout the arrest.
La Migra! They're putting you in the back of the Charger! Pieces of get out of our city, you fucking asshole!
She reads their license plates back to them. The government already knew what it was driving. If the field notes are useful, subscribe. The meltdowns are daily. Next, the loudest man in New York, mid-raid.
Put in jail. Don't you forget this. Every single. Where the your warrant? Do not open. No abran esa maldita puerta. No abran now. You scum. Where the is the judge that gave you the right to be here, son? Where the is the judge? Huh? You know who the judge in this country? We the judge, son. And we're gonna go through every single file, son. Every single file. You have a leader. You have a leader. And your leader should have given you a warrant. And if you decided to show the here, you wouldn't have a warrant.
He appoints the American people as the judge. The vote is going against him.
And you are just as culpable. You understand that? You understand that? The pedophile in chief is not gonna protect you. We will go through every file. Every file. We will go through every file. Where is your warrant? You have no right to be here. You have no right to be here.
He promises to review every federal file himself. His day job can wait. After this, a Brooklyn filmmaker who cannot decide how close.
You'll see.
Just come into his house.
Oh, y'all just moved?
Yeah.
About how long ago?
Just as one.
She creeps forward every 15 seconds. The agent asks her to relax. Neither request lands. The interview continues around her, the film she can watch later from any distance. Next, a Gaithersburg complex hears its warrant broadcast over a bullhorn.
Tenemos un orden federal para el arresto de Marvin Segovia. Tenemos un orden federal de...
The name is broadcast to the entire block. Everyone now knows which door not to open.
Alamiento de la residencia también. Salgan ahora con arriba y con las manos vacías. No queremos que alguien resulte lastimado. Salgan por la puerta ahora con las manos arriba y sigan las...
This warrant is filed at volume with the neighbors. Now Laredo, a resident, has located the enemy vehicle.
Bitch. Whoever it is around here, just know they're nice and they're waiting.
She warns the owners are waiting, so notably are the owners for the next arrest. For the weekly written field report, the link waits below. One from Queens, where the traffic itself has an opinion. Fade, the van does not. One last stop, Elgin, Texas, where the state troopers help.
No es posible.
The trooper stops the car. The federal agents finish it. Cooperation has a specific look. New Yorkers shouted, Californians shrieked, Texans quietly delivered. The specimens migrate nightly. The ICE playlist keeps the record. Members watch the next one first. Hit join.
Why don't you go off? Why don't you off?
Why are you walking up on me? You walking up on me? Come get on the camera.
What you walking up on me like that for? What's up? What's your address? Take that vest off. Come on, take that off. Let's get it. All right, let's get it, man. What's up? Put your hand behind your back. I'm a minor. So why'd you get in my face? What, you gonna hit me?
They talk big and act tough, but what happens when wannabe tough guys get a huge reality check from the cops?
Let's go. Don't listen to this cunt. Dude, back up. Dude, you better back the off of me, dude. Push me again. Push me again. Push me again. I'll record you. Get out of my face. Put your hands like that. I'm doing you, mother.
These were the moments cops gave wannabe tough guys a much-needed reality check. We began with the case of a wannabe tough guy at an airport who quickly humiliated himself in front of everyone nearby after crossing paths with a no-nonsense cop who had zero patience for his foolish games.
Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Because if he puts your hands on you, I'm gonna
Hands down your back. Hands down your back.
I'm gonna try that stupid, bro. Listen, I just want to go home, bro.
On January 1st, 2025, police officers responded to a 911 call after airport officials reported a man causing a scene at the airport. What would have been a simple caution quickly turned out worse when the suspect tried to play tough with the officers.
And I love you for your service, but this in a second,
Sir, that's enough. That is enough, sir.
It's bull.
Yeah, that's enough. It's bull. Let me see your boarding pass.
He's sitting there with a smile on his face.
Let me see your boarding pass and ID, sir. Let me see your boarding pass and ID.
That's enough.
I told you, I don't do anything when I get yelled at.
Yes.
I'm going to stand here. You're yelling at me. You're yelling at all these people.
I'm not trying to yell at anybody.
I don't do it. Listen to me. You're not
15 minutes
listening.
while everybody else is going
I'm trying to talk to you and you're not listening. You're not listening.
But why are we
You're not listening.
Why are we being
Because
held
you're
up?
yelling.
Yeah,
You're screaming.
Yeah, but before we were yelling and screaming, ourselves sitting over there. For no reason. Yeah. That's bullshit.
Just don't touch
sorry. I know, sorry. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Because if he puts his hands on you, I'm gonna put his hands on you. I'm gonna put his hands on you. I'm gonna I'm telling you.
Hands down your back. Hands down your back.
Did he just say if you put your hands on me, I'm gonna fuck him? That just didn't sound right. Listen, it's not just ICE agents. I want to make something perfectly clear. It's not just ICE agents. It's criminals against law enforcement enforcing the law. Don't make excuses. Don't make excuses. As I always tell people, listen, if you are here illegally, it's your choice to be here illegally. You shouldn't be here, period. If you choose to be in this country illegally, you will get deported. And when you get deported, two things. One, you will go to jail until they can actually send you home. And two, if you resist arrest, you will get a beatdown. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. Okay, Vilma, you can stay. Ooh. Oh, man. Yeah, Vilma can stay. I was going to say, Vilma is the big booty Latina that can cook some great chuletas, some great food. Just a joke. It's just a joke, Vilma. I know, sweetheart, you are more American than a lot of these morons that come in here and start hating on us. But listen, but it's the truth. You know, it's not just about ICE agents. Number one, they're federal agents. They have jurisdiction everywhere. They don't need a warrant from a judge to come in and arrest an illegal immigrant who has an order of deportation. Most of these guys that come in here, they won't arrest you, but they will ask you to verify that you are a citizen if you are in their system. Or maybe you look like one of the other Hispanics in this country and, you know, yeah, whatever. Chalupa, you know what I'm saying? I think I'm I think I'm going to... Jim Rat, what's going on, buddy? You came in here towards the end of the Dennis Herrera show today. Listen, there is a couple of lives that they're just boring. No information, to be honest. Okay? Here's the thing. A-Rod, you're a fucking moron. Let me tell you something. If you don't cooperate, if you don't show them your ID, fantastic. They have a picture of you anyway. That's why they're looking for you. So they have a picture of you and they're looking for you. If you are being mistaken by somebody that you look like and you don't show them ID, your ass is getting arrested. You understand? You will still be taken in. Now, you will be released once proven who you are. But if you want to be a retard and play these dumbass games, well, you are going to get some dumbass prices. Okay? And that is that simple. Trump was mentioned on the Epstein files over 38,000 times. And tell us, what did they say about Trump? I am curious. No, you don't have to show them ID, but they will put your ass in the back of their vehicle. Tell me, what does it say? He is being mentioned. I want to know, what does it say? What does it say on those mentions? Please tell us. You get a chance to tell us. American rights, you say. How do I know you're American? Not everybody has legal rights, my friend. If you have legal rights, prove that you are who you say you are. If they have a picture and you look like the person on that picture, your ass is going in the car. So you better show some fucking ID. Don't be a moron. You know, I went to the Navy base this weekend. They didn't ask for my ID or my license. You know what they asked for? Enhance driver's license. I was so proud of showing it to them. I can go and say, wait a minute, I'm an American citizen. Oh, yeah? How do I prove it? How do I prove it? I know, brother. I know. Snowflakes. President Trump was mentioned thousands of times in the Epstein files. Please do tell me what they say. Give me 38,000 things that they've said about Trump. 38,000, I think is what he said. These libtards, man, crack me up. Yep, you can refuse to show ID to cops. But if they have reasonable cause, they will throw your ass in the back of the car. And just you looking nervous, that's reasonable cause to me. Oh, man. What a bunch of snowflakes, they say. I call them Berta. All these Berta libtards are betas. Every single male that supports libtards today, they are all a bunch of pussies. It is what it is, guys. What can I say? I wish that I can make excuses for these guys, but I just can't make excuses. Here, let me try to find here. There was a video that I was curious to find here. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. You guys probably already heard this, but let's see. New York Times. Let's take a look at videos. Let's see. Here's a video from Aaron Rodgers. How about that?
Is everything better? Is everything funner? Is everything more awesome? Like, how do you kind of view this year versus maybe the years of the past?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay.
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 Gotta love that guy.
Okay.
Like that absolute coward, Tony Fauci. Absolute coward.
Yeah.
There, it's back,
Are
baby.
you kidding me?
Yeah, 111
You got
times.
a pardon and you're in front and you pleaded over 100 times at the White House? What are you scared of, Tony?
Yeah.
I thought you were the science.
Yeah.
I thought you were I am science, and you get up there and you can't answer a question.
Four-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers going scorched earth on Dr. Anthony Fauci, saying out loud what many Americans feel after Fauci's hearing on Capitol Hill, where he pleaded the fifth 111 times. During the pandemic, Rodgers became one of the most prominent athletes to reject those vaccine mandates and question Fauci's response. And he took a barrage of media attacks and even an NFL fine for violating COVID protocols.
I was called a murderer because I was platforming Aaron Rodgers, who was making the decision that was best for himself. So as soon as I see all this start happening with Fauci, I knew that, boy, you were certainly having a time because your name was slandered. You were called a murderer. You were called a lot of things. And
I was endangering my teammates and this and that. Now look what happened. We talked about they suppressed early treatments. They lied about where it came from.
Hey. Way to stand on your truth throughout the entirety of that thing.
Oh, I feel great about it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you should.
I feel great about it.
Congratulations.
I told you I'd be on the right side of history when I had that mustache that we were in New York.
Well, tomorrow, Fauci could face the first real step toward accountability. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee is scheduled to vote on whether to hold him in contempt of Congress after he invoked again the fifth.
All the libtards told us how horrible we were. The unvaxxed. And even after I vaxxed myself, as a retard myself, I took the jab. They still hated me because I still was against the vaccine. Aaron Rodgers, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, that's right. Man, Janine Pirro. Oh, boy. She's in trouble. Man, I like Janine Pirro. But I'm going to tell you, man, President Trump does not play around, man. If you F up, it is what it is. Fat boy, you sound like a fucking criminal. You know that? Every person, listen, when you tell me this is the stupidest thing, and I think they should change the law. This is the stupidest thing. Listen. If you are in a place where you shouldn't be, and they tell you to leave, you should leave. Don't give me this bullshit out as public land, bitch. If you look like a fucking criminal, you better identify yourself so that they know that you're not a criminal. If somebody gets a call and they say, oh, there is so-and-so over here causing havoc. If you weren't, well, you were in prison. That makes sense. Never mind. Nah, never mind. You're a criminal, bro. You're a criminal. You talk like a criminal, walk like a criminal. You are a fucking libtard. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness. Never gets old. To anyone engaged in healthcare fraud of any kind, of any size, we see you and we are doing everything we can to bring you to justice. I'm just saying. You know, or here's Comrade. You cannot fucking tell me this guy is not a communist. Myth or reality. Does my laugh bother you? Boo-hoo. My laugh is never fake. I know how to turn it off. I know how to turn it off and turn it on. It's what I do, baby. Brian, what's up? Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. You know, just when I thought I was finished. Here is a clip. Scott Besson. It's swearing in Jay Clayton as the Director of National Intelligence.
Which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
That's it. That's all we have. man, that's the whole video. That's the whole video right there, man. I know you're expecting more. You are expecting more, but oh man, I'm telling you, man, you guys crack me up. I think it's time to see what goes through my. Let's see what goes through my X account. Let's put this in here. Let's see if we can make this a little bit bigger, just so that you guys can get a better view. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of that. Here is the libtards' favorite American Idol. Here we go. AOC says that Trump voters are pulling me aside and saying they want to join the democratic socialism. Yeah. Well, yeah. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that. Here we go. Here we go. What is this? Let's play this video. I don't know what this is. Let's take a listen.
The only people you can blame, this isn't shaming, this is the truth. Maybe they should.
You are the problem. It is the unvaccinated who are the problem, period, end of story.
The only people that you can blame, this isn't shaming, this is the truth. Maybe they should be shamed, are the unvaccinated.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks.
Anyone you came into contact with will blame you, as will the rest of us who have done the right thing by getting vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
I think it's time to get our moral house in order, Anderson. It's the unvaccinated who are the threat.
All those vaccinated folks are going to start wearing masks to protect the unvaccinated folks. It's called a Christian value. You're basically punishing the vaccinated for the sins of the unvaccinated. People are not behaving honorably. The unvaccinated are basically saying, well, it's open season for me. I can do whatever I want as well.
The unvaccinated are basically beating their breasts, running around the country saying, we don't care, we're living free, and so forth.
You've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
The unvaccinated, a group that includes children and people acting like children. And the rest of us are starting to get pissed off.
The vaccinated feel the unvaccinated are making me upset or angry.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No. Screw your freedom.
The other day, Howard Stern weighed in with a much different approach. Take a look.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? Their freedom.
You're treading on our freedom and you're making other people sick, and really you're killing other people.
The anti-vaxxers, they seem to have a thing for death and home remedies.
The anti-maskers turned anti-vaxxers are not just putting their own lives at risk. If that was the issue, we could just say that we can watch them compete to win place or show in the Darwin Awards.
We have to start doing things for the greater good of society, and not for idiots who think that they can do their own research.
And don't get me started on the lunatics who won't take any of the COVID vaccines.
Life is too short to be an ass. Life is way too short to be ignorant of the promise of something that is helping people worldwide.
Maybe you're doing it because you're disconnected or disorganized. Maybe you have some sympathetic psychological reasons. But maybe you're just being antisocial.
Oh, you can't shame them. You can't call them stupid. You can't call them silly. Yes, they are.
Those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price.
The unvaccinated should be taxed. They should pay more for health care.
We need to start looking at the choice to remain unvaccinated the same as we look at driving while intoxicated.
We're going to see, and I've said, almost two types of America.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy.
Pointing back to the unvaccinated who are really creating a problem in this country, every death that we are seeing from COVID could have been prevented.
Literally, the only people dying are the unvaccinated. And for those of you spreading misinformation, shame on you. Shame on you. I don't know how some of you sleep at night.
Well. Isn't that interesting? And all you fucking retards out there, all you fucking libtards who vote for Democrats, you dare say that we're the violent ones, that we're dividing this country? Are you fucking kidding me? You trample all over my rights, over my freedoms, and you're going to fucking try to teach me how to be an American citizen? Well, fuck you very much. We believe in American rights. We believe in securing this country. All these fucking morons that come in here, you think that you fucking matter. We don't give a shit about you fucking pussies on the left. Unbelievable. These guys, they really think that we forget. They think that we don't pay attention. All of these motherfuckers lie to us. All of them. All of them. And they still have jobs. Now, fuck you very much. We are going to continue to tell the truth, whether you like it or not. All of you, if you're still voting for Democrats and you are a male, you are a pussy. It's that simple. There's easy to identify yourself. No need to go with this non-binary. No need to go with this gender affirmation. Just call yourself a pussy, and then we know that you're a Democrat. We know that you are a libtard. Don't worry about sex or gender. You guys be whatever. You are all just pussytards. That's it. That's it. That's all you get. That's all you get. Let's see. Which would you prefer, says Harry? Capitalism. It's all about eating all the food. Poor children. Yeah. You know, the problem with this picture here is, show this picture to Venezuelans and see if they believe you. Show that picture to Cubans. See if they believe you. Go on, you pussy tarts. Go tell the poor countries who are being destroyed by socialism and communism. Go show them that picture and see what they tell you. Yeah. You guys are fucking retarded. It's really sad that I can't. You know what? Maybe I'll make a video a little bit shorter with just some key points, and then I will throw that out there and just to see if anybody pays attention. Just to see if anybody pays attention. Because I'm sick and tired of explaining the whole fucking situation every single day. Who knows? Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Oh, man. Yeah. You know, only in America, in a country where you are free, when you are getting everything that you want, can you believe this lie of a meme? It's okay. It's okay. Fuck the libtards. You guys are so fucking retarded. It's like I almost want to repent that I have no love for you. I really do. It's like I feel like I have no love. Even though I say I love everybody, you guys just, you just suffocate it. You kill it. You destroy it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you guys for your love and your support. It's just, guys, I'm just sick of this retards, bro. They're destroying our country. They're looking at, listen, this country has been built, I don't know how many times we can say this, has been built under capitalism. And these libtards, they honestly believe that it was founded under communism. You just can't make that shit up, bro. Go look at the history in Venezuela, please. Go look at Nicaragua. Go look at the Cuban history. You know, you go to the DSAUSA.org webpage. Go listen to the story that they give you on the Bay of Pigs, and then go find out what actually happened on the Bay of Pigs and why we were there and why we lost. I'm telling you, man, your eyes will be open. Or you're just so retarded that your eyes can no longer be open. But yeah, this is a specific lie of the communist. Communist Venezuela went from a 3% poverty level to 90% poverty level. Over 8 million Venezuelans left because of fucking socialist communism. Billy Bob, you are one fucking retarded Washingtonian. You know that? I don't know who let you out of the hospital, but you need to go back to the fucking asylums. Retardation. Listen, there is no cure for stupid. I see it every day. It is unbelievable. What is this shit?
Of peace, including the presidents of the United States. But let me tell you exactly how you can die under Islamic law today. If you leave the religion, they will kill you. That is the penalty for apostasy. If you are gay, they will throw you off a building or stone you to death. ISIS did it, Hamas did it, and the laws in multiple Islamic countries demand it. I personally have been to the Gaza place where they throw the gays off a building known for gay executions by roof toss. Been there and seen it. If you commit adultery, they will bury you up to your chest and throw rocks at your head until you die. If you draw a picture of their prophet, they will issue a fatwa and hunt you down. Just ask Charlie Hebdo. If you are a woman who gets raped, your own family might murder you to protect their honor. This isn't ancient history. This is happening right now, today, in countries all over the world, and I've seen it. But if you point this out, the Western media will call you an Islamophobe. They protect the ideology that literally executes gay people and stones women to death for being raped, while they lecture you about human rights. It's the ultimate double standard. Please share the video before they take it down and smash the follow.
Well, well, well. I love for people to teach me the error of my stupid ways.
Of a conversation or a clip that went absolutely viral and had two polar opposite reactions, because I have found since 2024 that there is more crossover than I thought. Obviously, there's far right and blue sky and whatever's going on there. But the read that you guys have on this exchange is polar opposite to everybody, certainly that I know, who thought that RFK Jr. was way over his skis, very aggressive and in denial of what his administration's policies are doing to Americans, which is making them less healthy. So the backward looking, anything that's wrong, it was Biden's fault. Sometimes it's Obama's fault. President Trump does this all the time.
So do you guys.
Fauci is, an evil guy because, he is obsessed with the flattery and he has, the time to be on the phone with these people. Donald Trump picks up the phone for anyone who calls and he'll sit on the phone with you all night. He's in the middle of a war. He can take your phone calls. The measles cases are not just a little bit up. It's over 2,370 cases, highest in 35 years. CDC.
She just proved how great President Trump is. Did you hear that? You can call President Trump any time of the day or night. He will always take your phone calls. Thank you. About time you said something right.
He has 25% less staff. 45 states, there are people with explosive diarrhea, and there is no end in sight for this. We just had our first 2 fatalities. We don't know if it's Taylor Farms. It was Taylor Farms, and it's not Taylor Farms.
Why are measles cases?
Okay, then why is whooping cough back then?
I have no idea.
Because people aren't getting vaccinated anymore because you have an anti-vaxxer as the head of HHS. Women are petrified.
I haven't heard anything about the whooping cough.
Then
just
look
like
it up.
Mandela Barnes. This is news to me.
Women are petrified to take Tylenol because this administration is telling them that it's unsafe for their unborn child, that it's going to lead to a rise in autism, which is completely unfounded. The science does not back it up, and that goes back to the 80s.
You said the science doesn't back up all the things during COVID that you were dead wrong about.
We weren't.
The science doesn't back it up, doesn't fly anymore. We don't believe that.
Okay, then go. You always say that, and then
pro-vaccine for measles too. You're blaming the guy for rising cases of measles, and he's out there on CNN saying, "Yeah, get vaccinated for the measles."
After he got backed into a corner and begrudgingly had to say it, you don't fire a corner.
He said it during the hearing.
By the way, the rates of measles are higher in Canada and England and Mexico. They leave that out.
Well, what matters is that we're at a 35-year high. Usually, it's 1 to 5 cases. Go take a look at it, Jerome. Because people
he just explained to you they missed their vaccine.
Even when they're trying to insult us or make us look bad, they always confirm that we are right. What is this here? Let's see. This video is heartbreaking from Pamsi Now. This reporter covered the border for 4 years when Becerra was. Let's take a listen and see what this is.
My name is Jorge Ventura, and I'm a former border national reporter. I spent all 4 years on the southern border covering the failings of the unaccompanied minor children care under the care of HHS Secretary Javier Becerra. On the southern border, I've encountered thousands of unaccompanied minors on the southern border, and many times for these children, I was the first adult they made contact with on U.S. soil. I witnessed kids abandoned by human smugglers, sedated by drugs, even drowning in the Rio Grande in Eagle Pass, Texas. And that's not even including the many children that were sexually abused in the rape trees along to the U.S. border. These are the children that Javier Becerra said to move like an assembly line. And I kind of want to put a picture to some of those children that we saw on the southern border. I want to play a quick clip just from my reporting. This is from South Texas, where we encountered a 2-year-old unaccompanied minor abandoned by a human smuggler. And you'll see in this video, this is one of the first phases of the labor and sex trafficking, with these kids coming already with U.S. addresses.
Pulled up on migrants on crossing river, giving themselves up. A woman found a gun child by himself, parked around the street. Basically instructions on where he wants to go. ¿Ese es tu padre?
That right there, that child is 2 years old from El Salvador, and he already came written with a Louisiana address. And according to Texas DPS investigation, that child was likely released to a unvetted sponsor. That is just one of the thousands of examples. If we can, I just wanted to talk about this image here of this child I encountered in the border of Yuma, Arizona. And again, this is the beginning phases of the sex and labor trafficking operation. Once cartels found a loophole that Becerra was quickly releasing kids inside the United States to unvetted sponsors, what the cartels and smugglers started doing is they actually would drug up children, abandon that child. So we actually discovered that child underneath some rocks on the Yuma border, all by himself, completely abandoned and sedated. They do this so then that child cannot have any communication with U.S. Border Patrol when they begin that investigation. And once again, that child actually had an address right here in California, and I pray that that child is okay. But these are just the one of the hundreds of thousands of examples that we have on.
That's crazy, man. You can't hide this information from people, man. You gotta open your eyes, bro. You have a lot of innocent children and innocent women out there suffering. You know, it's beyond me how people just ignore the problem with illegal immigration. The problem with illegal immigration, we often speak about it in this show, but it's more than just coming in here. See, everybody just thinks about, okay, they're breaking the immigration law by coming into the border illegally. Then they're committing fraud, so they're working here illegally. They're doing a felony. They're coming over here unvetted. You talk about measles on the chat. Well, this is what happens when you don't vet people. When you allow illegal immigrants to come into this country, this is what happens. They bring diseases into this country. They're not just bringing drugs, but then you see the other side of the coin in here when you see innocent children being used as mules, as cattle. They're being raped. They're being abused. Guys, fuck, for Pete's sakes, if you support illegal immigration, that's what you're supporting. Just because your cousin made it here, it doesn't mean that you're going to fucking allow illegal immigrants to come into this country. You don't know what atrocities they have committed. I have seen people that have been here for 3 decades, and they're just now being arrested for being rapists of their own children. The stupidity of these people going out there and protest like they have the information. They don't have information. Everybody who supports illegal immigration is guilty of child trafficking, human trafficking. Everybody that supports illegal immigration is guilty of all these atrocities that are happening from illegal immigration. Not just to the people that actually are coming here illegally, they are also victims, but they're also the people that suffer on this country from criminals that come across that border. Stop playing stupid. It's like, come on, use your brain and start thinking. It's not just, oh, Pedro is such a nice guy. You don't know what the fuck Pedro did before he came to this country. Therefore, you don't know what he's going to do. You already don't know, even if people are coming here legally, you already don't know. At least they have been vetted. At least there is something being done. But just to blatantly agree illegal immigration is okay, come on. Come on. You got to be better than that, man. These are the people that hate us. Listen, watch this. And look what example she's giving her child. Look at that monkey.
Now, pick it up, bitch. Pick it all up. Pick it the fuck up, bitch. I ain't destroyed shit. I'm making it messy in this motherfucker. Call the fucking police. Call them. Call them. Call them, ho. Call them. Call them. I hear it.
Yeah, she's only teaching the next generation. This is how the next generation should behave. Sure.
Right now. This how you hit me. This.
Don't show ID. Marvin, shut up, bro. Okay, that's it. That's it. Enough of you.
I'm Missouri.
And how do you think that that child is going to behave? I raise my case. Unbelievable. You guys remember this video? The peaceful Muslims in Michigan beating up the white American. And the police officer, what the hell did you do?
Stop. You're a fucking pussy. You're a coward.
Fuck you, nigga. Get back.
Stupid bitch. You know nothing. You uneducated bitch.
Guys, go back to your mom.
Now fuck that bitch. Fuck you, pussy.
There you go. Yep. We should all just be peaceful Muslims. I'm going to tell you something right now. If I see people doing this, saying they are Christians, I will be all up on them. That is definitely not a peaceful religion. These people give the religion a bad name. What can we say?
Answer with like how I'm seeing it is, if I could answer with like, for me, sports is about belonging. It's about inclusivity. It's about allowing everyone to be their authentic self. I'm big on that just because I have been criticized for my height, for my ethnicity. I've been in those "you shouldn't belong here" many times. And for me, I don't want that space, especially Golden State, to ever feel like that. So I'm all about women, little girls deserving to play, and that includes trans women.
She starts with authenticity. And she says trans women. Those are fucking men. They are men. If you're a Muslim, be honest. If you are Muslim, put on the chat that it's okay and that Islam accepts transgenders. Put on the chat that Islam accepts gays. Put it in the chat. If you support Muslims, put it on the chat. I bet you won't. I bet you won't dare. Muslim religion trains you to lie. Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. Authenticity. So, because she has been discriminated against because of her ethnicity, well, I discriminate against her because she's fucking retarded, but not because the way she looks. Just because she's fucking retarded. That's all. If sports, it's about inclusivity, go make a transgender basketball association. TWBA. Go get your own shit going. Go make your own. Go make your own shit. Go make your own football of trans women and trans men. It's all about inclusivity. Go make your own shit. Real men, real women, stay in real women and real men sports. Transgenders, you can do whatever the hell you want. I seen libtards barking like dogs. Tell me what to do, master. The fucking retarded. You know I'm not making it up. You know it's true. Am I right? You know it's true. All right, let's see what else comes through. Let's see what is this shit? I don't know, man. I don't believe in polls. I don't like polls. Oh man, JS, brah. Listen, man. Why do you come on my show? Why do you come on my show? What makes you come into my show and troll? Does it give you purpose? If it gives you purpose, it's okay. Jason, I love you, brother. Good to have you in here. One of the next presidents. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. What is this? Hey, more love. This is what women love. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Don't let me tell you how to be. You be yourself. No wonder women love Islam. Here we go.
Let's just take a look at the comments and what the public has to say about this, because it's at 62,000 likes, so a lot of people have seen this video. Let's just take a look. Welcome to Islam, 1,300 likes. Where are the liberals protesting for women?
Well, that's a good one. Where are the liberals protesting for women's rights? That's a good question. Rocket Dogan Gang. Where are the liberals protesting for women's rights? You know, it's funny. You have all these libtards. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Defend women's rights. Where's the feminist? Where is the retard that was saying authenticity? It's about belonging. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jr. That's right, Joe. Only in science fiction movies. Only in Hollywood can you do that. Oh, man. You might as well just use an incubator. An incubator. Why is this allowed to be shown on TikTok? If I report it, they'll say no violation. This is violence against women. So let's not show the world that the violence against women actually happens. Yeah, that's very smart, Anunnaki. Where is Dana Banana? You know, who knows who Dana Banana is? Does anybody know who Donna Banana is? Does anybody know who Donna Banana is? Let's see if you guys are smarter than I think.
Women's rights, 1,700 likes. This is violence against women. Welcome to New York. Coming to a city near you. The beauty of Islam. This is probably Mamdani and his wife. It's very likely. Liberals get ready. That's true. Liberals should get ready because this is your future. This is legal and acceptable under Sharia law. A husband can absolutely beat his wife like this. This is...
Well, I mean... Mr. Mikey, that's right. CNN's Donna Banana. CNN's Donna Banana got torn apart by Robert Jr. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. In Zora Mandani's New York, people are now being attacked for walking their dogs because dogs are haram in Islam. This is what happens when Muslims take over. People have to wake up before it's too late, says Dr. Malouf. Malouf. Oh, boy. Here we go. You guys remember this one? I played
This is New York. You about to fuck him up. Right? Dead ass. Right? Dead ass?
Release the Kraken.
What's happening right now? Dead ass.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something right now. This is just me. If my dog is behaving and I see somebody trying to do this or trying to hit my dog, I will shoot them on the spot. I'm going to tell you right now. I will give them a warning. I'll give them a warning. But I will shoot them on their foot, on their leg, something. But they're getting shot. I'm going to tell you that right now. Or I'm just going to say, baby, sick him. She will tear his ass up. That poor dog. Just... And that poor girl right there, she's like, Daddy, but I want a dog for my birthday as well. Oh, what do you mean? I can have a doggy. Unbelievable. Uh-oh, watch out. Breaking ice just swarm Ventura County fields, hauling away the very farm workers who keep America's produce aisles stocked. Man, these magatars, bro. It's unbelievable. We're arresting assets, treating the backbone of our food chain like a threat. That's not border security. Seriously, bro. Seriously, can you believe that? Can you believe what they... Listen to what they say. This is what the libtards... Ugh. You just can't make this up, guys. You can't make this shit up. Dr. Charlie Ward says, ICE just swarmed Ventura County fields, hauling away the very farm workers who keep America's produce aisles stocked. Farm workers, you say? Well, they should get permission to farm and work. Arresting assets. This is what the libtards call illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants are called assets to libtards. Can't make this up. Can't make this up.
Do not panic, do not run! Do not run! Stay calm! They took your mom?
Trust this. Trust the experts. Trust the experts. Trust the science. Trust the science. CDC, CDC. Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. Mask on, mask off. 2 shots, 1 shot. Mask on, 2 masks. Comply, comply.
Thank you all for coming out and risking your lives. Who wants a shot? Who wants to see a ball game? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Wave your flipper. That's for you. Go see the ball game. Who wants to work again? That's for you. Who wants their kids educated? What's in the shot? It's safe. Don't worry. Don't worry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get it. Get it. It's 6 foot safe. Social distance, 6 foot safe. Five-foot danger. 6 foot safe. 5-foot danger. If you're 6 foot safe, I'm 5 foot danger. I'm coming to breathe on you. I'm the grandma killer. Listen to the rules. Here come the governors. Bump, 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 bump. We have no rules and regulations. We shall determine who is essential. We shall determine who may go at your house and who shall have a muffin. And remember, if you see any children playing uns outside together, report them and their parents. This is for your safety. 6 foot safe. And then the news cockatoos come out.
Watch the news, watch the news. Trust the experts, trust the experts. Trust the science, trust the science. CDC, CDC, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. Mask on, mask off, 2 shots, 1 shot, mask on, 2 masks. Comply, comply.
People want to fight and argue. You don't understand what's going on. Everyone knows a doctor. I know doctor. And they told me like there's a stockpile.
Facts and figures, facts and
But that's exactly how they act. They want to act like little parrots. Well, Robert Kennedy said it. You're just like a parrot, repeating everything they tell you to repeat. And that is true. Now, listen, a lot of Democrat stuff comes through my feed. You know how it is. They try to feed you all this stuff, right? We're gonna give these guys a try. Here we go. J.D. Vance and Todd Blanche are at the center of the most egregious cover-up in American history. Both must be investigated and held accountable for their crimes. Now, what did we just hear here? What is this shit? Huh? What did we just read right now? Let me read it to you again. Now, remember, every single Democrat in Congress and the Senate, every single one of them, are fighting against, ironically, Todd Blanche, Attorney General, J.D. Vance, the Vice President. Ironically, all of the Democrats in Congress and the Senate are against, you guessed it, weaponizing the government. But what do Congress, well, let's see what the Democrats say. J.D. Vance and Todd Blanche are at the center of the most egregious cover-up in American history. Both must be investigated and held accountable for their crimes. I thought you didn't want to vote Attorney General. Acting Attorney General Blanche. Because you didn't want Trump to weaponize the government. Now, I know this comes as a surprise to a lot of libtards that come into my show, but let me remind you, for the last 10, 12 years, Democrats have done nothing but weaponize the government against President Donald J. Trump. And more importantly, against us, the American people, the law-abiding citizens. Very interesting, isn't it? You see that double standard right there? You see how that happens? You know what's funny? Here, I'm going to shut this guy up. You know, when you say President Trump is a German, it's so funny. I know why you're saying that. But what you fail to realize is that Hitler, well, he wasn't a German, was he? What was Hitler? Somebody put it in the chat as we scroll through my X account. I think the word rhymes with ostrich. Yeah. You know, I think German has some hot women, bro. Hot, beautiful women Germany has. Man. Now, that's a mix that we got to mix our Indians with. That's right, Brian. Yeah. We need some German women here. Some hot, big booty German women here in the America. We need to make better looking people in the United States of America. Too many ugly people here. We need to mix them with some German women. Oh, man, I love it. I'm going to tell you, man, I have seen plenty of beautiful women. I'm going to say this. Now, you can say I'm racist, whatever. I don't give a shit. Listen, I have seen gorgeous, beautiful, so attractive European women. Beautiful. I've seen a lot of Asian beautiful women. I've seen a lot of beautiful Latinas, beautiful women. I've seen some beautiful black women. But the one thing that always seems to be clear to me, every Democrat, socialist, libtard, Karen, no matter what shape, what ethnicity, what color, they're all fucking ugly. I don't understand. I don't know why. It's a mystery. One day we will probably learn what this mystery is. Uh-oh. What is going on here? Trump knew and never changed his mind all these years. What can he possibly be talking about? What is this shit? Let's take a listen.
If all the men are like you.
The Iranian situation is a case in point. That this country sits back and allows a country such as Iran to hold our hostages, to my way of thinking, is a horror.
You're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, etc., and brought our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yes. I don't think there's any question, and there's no question in my mind.
Wait a minute. But the libtards are telling everybody today that it was Bibi Netanyahu who told President Trump to go in there. I'm confused. I almost believe the libtards lie. They said Bibi Netanyahu told President Trump to go do this. Are you saying that wasn't true? Let's take a listen again.
The Iranian situation is a case in point. That this country sits back and allows a country such as Iran to hold our hostages, to my way of thinking, is a horror.
You're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, etc., and brought our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yes. I don't think there's any question, and there's no question in my mind. I think right now would be an oil-rich nation. I think this country is responsible for that war by its own weaknesses. If we were respected, properly respected.
Oh, poor retarded Agnes didn't understand that was a sarcastic comment. Libtards, you just never leer, do you? Just never leer. Well, you got my attention, didn't you? I hope you're happy. Fucking retard. Unbelievable. It just never gets old. Go ahead, past tense, President Trump.
Respected as a country and as a people and as a nation, I don't think that you would have the war going on right now between Iran and Iraq.
Would you like to be the President of the United States?
I really don't believe I would, Ronna.
Most people who are capable are not running for office. Most men are frightened of politics today.
It is a shame, isn't it?
Yes.
It is a shame.
Interesting how the media seems to think that President Trump is an alpha male. What's crazy to me, I don't know. I didn't think that the media saw him that way. Why not? Why don't you run for president? They were begging him for decades to run for president. Can you believe that? They were begging President Trump to run for president. And the man didn't want to do it. But just like myself, I will run for office, but only because the libtards are getting on my fucking nerves. Don't worry, my American patriots. When I start campaigning for governor here in Washington State, I will tone down some of these heavy F-bombs. But if we fill up stadiums, there will be a disclaimer at the entrance. Anybody under the age of 13 must be accompanied by an adult. The F word might get dropped. Who knows? Who knows? If God allows for my commander-in-chief, I can't believe people still bring the whole Spurs thing and President Trump not serving in the military, as if other presidents have also not done that. But anywho, he is now the head of the military. Isn't that crazy? Unbelievable. He's the commander-in-chief. Yeah. I don't care how many stars a general has on his shoulders. He is the commander-in-chief. Unbelievable. See, you and I, us regular
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself?
Well, hold on, S.A. Hold on. Us regular folks, see, we can go and join the Army maybe the Navy, or maybe the Air Force. Maybe we could be Marines, man, maybe. We could always join one. President Trump is the commander-in-chief of every single branch of the military of the United States of America. And every soldier has to make a constitutional oath to the people and, wait for it, to the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, the greatest POTUS ever. All right, continue, sir. I apologize.
Self to public service.
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it that somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular, wouldn't necessarily have a chance of getting elected against somebody with no great brain but a big smile. And that's a sad commentary for the political process.
Television, in a strange way, has ruined that process, hasn't it?
It's hurt the process very much.
But if all the men are like you, then when are we going to get somebody who might be good?
I don't know. I hope it's around the corner, but I don't know.
Oh, man, the libtards just can't handle this moment right now. Did you hear her question? But if all men are good, if all men are like you, who don't want to run for office, when are we going to have an alpha male to be the president of the United States of America? The legacy media outlets begging President Trump back then, begging to run for office. Man, we got a great POTUS. We got a great POTUS. You got to celebrate it, guys. Never gets old.
If we had the one man, and it's really not that big a situation. You know, people say, well, what could anybody do as president? The one man could turn this country around. The one proper president could turn this country around. I firmly believe that.
You think there is one man?
There is one man that can turn this country around. I could tell you, I know a number of people that would be excellent presidents, but they are not running for political office. They're not in political office. They're extraordinarily brilliant. They're very, very competent, but they're not running for political office, and I think that's very sad. And I think you said it. Maybe television is the thing that most hurt the political process in this country. I feel that this country with the proper leadership can go on to become what it once was, and I hope, and certainly hope, that it does go on to be what it should be.
Man, you know what's funny? Well, it's not funny, but my patriots, my lovely brothers and sisters, who have welcomed me as your American brother. You know what's crazy? Somebody just commented there. Somebody said, "I'm glad that he waited." Something like that. Let me see. Yeah. Barney Bell says, "I'm glad he waited." Let me tell you something. The man has gone through many bankruptcies, has failed in life many times, and he has come on top. People have dismissed him, raised false testimonies against him, judged him. Maybe sometimes they judged him the right way, but nonetheless, as a man who has failed a lot in life, has gone through a lot of hardships, emotional roller coasters, failed marriages, lost the love of his children, got it back. Probably struggles with Melania. Who knows how the relationship is with his barren son? We don't know. But what I can tell you is he wasn't selfish to run for office just to gain power. I dare not compare myself to his stature. But I compare myself in one thing. Yes, I have mistakes. Failure, marriage failure. Yeah. Not that. Lost my children, got my children. Haven't been through bankruptcy yet. But, you see, as much as I love the United States of America, I didn't want to become a citizen until I had to. I made a decision after 2.5 decades of being a resident alien. Some people don't even know what that is, but it's okay. But when I was a resident alien for 2.5 decades, I decided, you know what? I wanted to be a police officer, and I couldn't because I had to be a citizen. And I thought about maybe running for politics, but I couldn't because I wasn't a citizen. And so I thought, it's crazy. It's crazy. President Trump is a Gemini, so am I. Now, obviously, he's older than me. He is about 30 years older than me, 30, 31, 32 years older than me. And I decided to become an American citizen for one simple reason. Once becoming an American citizen, I become part of we, the people. And should I decide to run for office, I have the right to run for office. Now I'm going to give you guys some clips right here. Here we go. You ready? Running for governor in Washington State. I got Indian blood. Yes, I was Native American, Indian blood, whatever you want to call it. I got Spaniard blood. I am a migrant. I am a minority. I have always respected the law. I had my failures. But I am an American citizen who always believes that the American people, the American citizens, and those who are permanent domicile here in the United States of America, I believe those are the only people that should be here and making citizens. Everybody else is temporary. Everybody else has to go. And I will support ICE 1,000%, if that's possible. We'll just give it 110%, 110%, 110%. I'm going to tell you right now, I also have a faith, a religion. I can't wait for the libtards to go against me while I campaign. Can't wait to tell them that they are racist, xenophobic, Christianophobic. Can't wait. And I can't wait because I want to connect with my Indian brothers here in the various tribes, Indian tribes that we have here in Washington State. I believe that they're more special than I am because they're northern Indian tribes. And this was their land. I can't wait. I can't wait to address the Hispanic people in Spanish. It's going to be so great. And look at him. Oh, my God, he's speaking Spanish. Oh, fucking anti-American. Shut the hell up. I'm addressing those migrants who came here legally that were too old to learn English. And I can't wait to be able to speak with foreign Latin countries, leaders, with, of course, with the permission of the executive branch, the President of the United States of America. With the permission, I would love to make some deals with foreign Latin countries. And maybe, no. I'm not going to tell you this part. That's a secret. That's something that will be revealed in the future. But, oh my gosh, I can't wait to run against these guys. Can't wait to go and get in a debate. Live debate with a libtard. Clip that, and you can play it while I'm campaigning. Ah, man, it's going to be glorious. I'm going to sit there on the podium, and I'm going to say, acknowledge me. Woo. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of libtards that are going to hate me because we are going to cancel every single transgender project wasting taxpayer money. Yeah, all done. You're going to have to start shaving your legs with your own money. If you want to chop your wee-wee off, do it with your own money. No free drugs to alter your chemical balances. None of that shit. Waste of money. If you believe that you're a woman, you don't need drugs. You don't need anything to change you. Tyler, dude, you are what's wrong with this country. Hey, you are what's wrong with... Shut the fuck up. Get out of here, Aaron Tyler. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, man. George Lopez is looking like dog shit. He does, and he is. He's a libtard. Oh, man. All right, let's go ahead and let's continue. This is fun, man. Let's see what else we got here on my feed of libtards coming through. CNN reported that 75% of Americans say President Donald Trump should be impeached, tried, and imprisoned. Another weaponizing of government. Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. It seems like every libtard and Democrat out there want to weaponize the government against President Trump. That's crazy, right? Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to weaponize the government. Yeah. We're going to weaponize it, but only against criminals. That's how we're going to do it. Yeah. Huh? Democrat Congress? Yeah, them too. Yeah, all criminals. Remember, no one is above the law. Are you not entertained? Oh, man. God bless the USA. God bless the USA. What is this shit? Oh, Senator Bernie Sanders has $5.1 million in taxpayer money to restore a 19-foot statue with 23.75 carats of gold leaf. Man, I think I might want to join taking some statues down. Just when you think Trump cannot be more out of touch with the needs of the working people, he outdoes himself. He does. He does outdo himself. He's fantastic. What a beautiful golden statue. Beautiful. Here we go. Frankie says, Dearborn, Michigan, unedited, raw footage. I'm out of words. Honestly, I don't know what to say. First, I thought it was AI or deep fake or footage from Lebanon, Iran, or Iraq. But unfortunately, this is Dearborn, Michigan. I'm ending my narrative since I don't have anything to say. Well, let's take a listen. What the hell? Is that Pozzoli? That looked like Pozzoli. That looks like Pozzoli right there. Oh, man. Where's the cilantro and the onions and the cabbage? Where's the tostadas that go with this fake imitation of Mexican food? Fake Mexicans. Unbelievable. Cultural misappropriation, I think is what they call it. Unbelievable. Can you believe this, guys? Fake Mexicans right here giving you bad pozole. There's a little slice of lemon, it looks like, right in there. Maybe it's not that bad.
عرضيبتنا خدمته وبخيمته الزهرة تلمنا نسد أبواب. أشكرك على خدمتكم. عم الله وجهك.
Oh, look at that guy. Very American. Garbanzo beans. Yeah, that's what they make pozole out of. Well, you get what you vote for. It's sad, really. It's sad. Do you know why? I don't know, man. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I am out of my mind. Maybe I am crazy. I always thought that we had Spanish names on the streets because at one point this was Mexico. But once we took over, it became America, the United States of America. Maybe I'm wrong. We do have Chinatowns, little Italies, little German towns. We do have those, but who knows? Maybe it's time to have some Arab town. I don't know. I wish it was just like an Arabs, small Arabia, right? A small Saudis, you know what I'm saying? A small Saudi Arabia, something like that where the Arabs can come together, you know what I'm saying? But it's not. It's about a religion that believes that their law of the religion is above American law. I really want to know how this police officer made the oath to the United States of America and how he made that oath against Muslims. Interesting, isn't it? Good question. Hey, compa, ¿qué pasa? Flag there on the pole, but there was an American flag.
شو توزعين؟ كل شيء كلاشي؟ اي افترض شيء عندي مرضاتك.
Okay, I saw her face. I am tempted. We should stone her. She showed her face and I am tempted. Not this guy. This guy makes me repent.
عندي مرضاتك حبيبي قلبي يرتاح تصير ايامي. شو توزعين؟
This one. She showed her face. I am tempted. She must be punished. And yes, I want some pork tacos as well. I think they're at a funeral, guys. They're at a funeral. That's why they're all wearing black.
من أكثر ناس هنا لو بالعراق.
It is what it is. Oh, here we go. Miss Senator Patty Murray. She wasn't half bad a couple decades ago. She wasn't half bad. But she's lost her way. You know how they said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Well, what that means is that once you get old and you land on whatever mindset you have, that's it. You either continue to be good and using common sense, or you will flip. And once you flip, you're stuck in that garbage of mentality. Well, alongside our entire congressional delegation, Democrats and Republicans, I'm calling on the president to approve our state's request for an expedited emergency declaration. We need every bit of support we can get to fight the devastating fires we're seeing in eastern and central Washington. It's fair. It's fair. I think President Trump should say yes. Well, I'm Washingtonian, so of course I want that. You know, I think that government works best when Congress and the Senate don't run for office to fight the president. That's not how it works. You don't run for office to fight the president. You run for office to serve the people. The people are American citizens. Democrats have forgotten what that is. Can you imagine? How would your children feel? Well, let's say you are a child. How would you feel? Or maybe you have experienced this. How would you feel if your parents love your neighbor kids more than you and clothed them and fed them and forgot about you, their actual son or daughter? That's exactly how it is. The Democrats have chosen to help others and forget about us, the American people. Crazy times. I can't stand these people. Uh-oh, Dana Banana. Here we go.
There have been studies that show that because of vaccine disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You are saying nonsense. You are saying something that you cannot show me a single study.
I am not saying nonsense.
You are talking what somebody told you.
Excuse me.
And you cite me the study. What study?
No, what studies are you talking about? You're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
Cite me the study that you're talking about.
I am not here to defend.
Study. Cite me the study.
This is not productive.
Oh, I thought it was very productive because RFK Jr. did not just show up to slam Fauci on CNN. He showed up to indict the entire media cabal that protected him.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing
Mr. Secretary,
your job
is
a fierce skepticism toward authority. And
yes,
you weren't doing that. You were beating up
My job is
people
also
who were dissenting.
No, it was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You were scaring people.
Why are you saying that?
Because that was the job of CNN.
Okay.
Was to put the chyrons up about how.
Trust the science. Trust the science. Trust the science.
Many people are.
We were trying to we were listening to the leaders in this country.
At one point, she pulled out what she thought was her secret weapon, the old look into the camera routine.
What I want you to do is, please, use your bully pulpit to right now.
Look into the camera and tell the people if you support getting the measles vaccine. See what happens.
Now, as we're getting close to back to school, say Are you willing to say to parents who have not vaccinated their kids that they should vaccinate their kids for measles because it is safe and it will help them save their children's lives?
We tell people on my websites, my public
Right now,
pronouncement, I'll
look
say
into the
it right
camera.
now that parents should get their children vaccinated for measles. A measles vaccine is effective. It stops measles in about 97% of the cases. Well, people should get vaccinated.
I actually didn't know what to do there. Of course, Kennedy did the right thing. He said his department is re-examining questions he believes public health officials have dismissed for years. Then, in the RFK Jr. coup de grace, he turned the table. The interviewer became the interviewee.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
You're repeating
and it is
like a parrot. You're repeating
it
like a parrot. I've actually read the science. You don't want to come back here and debate the science.
I'm not debating this with you.
Of course you are.
That's the best banner. I'm not debating this with you. No kidding, because you can't. Of course, CNN rushed in to defend Dana Bash, and the rest of the left-wing media followed.
Here he is, you know, in an extraordinary, influential, and powerful position, just getting on television and in an angry, sort of unhinged way, lying, disputing settled fact, disputing settled medicine, and frankly saying things that aren't just, incorrect about what happened in the past, but frankly are dangerous for America's health going forward.
Lying about what happened in the past? Really? CNN, MSN, ABC, NBC, all of you fucking libtard legacy media? Macaw! Fear-mongering, telling everybody to get the jab or you get fired, forget your rights, forget your freedoms. You think we forget that you fucking libtards allow thousands to protest on the street while you punish Christians from praying in the church? If you're going to fucking lie, do it the right way. Make it convincing. You fucking hypocrites.
I can describe this guy as a nut job. He's a nut job.
Does that sound familiar? It's the same thing they did during COVID. They circled the wagon.
What else can you say? You know what I'm saying? They make us look like criminals. Rocco, chupa mi verga, cabrón. How about that? Now get the fuck off my chat, pendejo. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know, I got the power. Oh, I got the power. All right. Thank you, Laura. You are amazing, woman. Amazing. A beta. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Illegal aliens are being grabbed off the streets in Inglewood, California, and tossed into the Border Patrol. Vehicles like animals. Wow. Trump is now sending 2,000 National Guardsmen to amplify the deportations. That's my POTUS. Great job, President Trump. Great job. You know, it's funny. They still try, Mr. Mikey. They still try to hide their lies. But you just can't hide it anymore. Dr. Fauci, 111, 200 times. Trust the science, trust the science. Rah! These libtards, bro. They made billions of dollars lying to the American people. And worse off, how did they damage third world countries? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. These people are heartless. Let's take a look at ICE.
He's choking him. He's choking him. Hey, look, hey. Hey, I'm not doing shit. Hey, I'm recording. Hey, it's all being recorded, pa. It's all being recorded. Dale, dale. Dale, I'm not doing anything. I'm right here on the curb. What you gonna do?
I'm recording,
Nigga
pa.
ain't put the fucking bags down. Niggas, you ain't gonna do shit.
What?
Hey,
You guys say nigga?
déjalo. Hey, just let it be. Déjalo, papa. Déjalo, papa.
They're deporting his father. How is this illegal immigrant or anchor baby saying nigga? How does he get away with it? You white people need to tell the country. If illegal immigrants can say nigga, so can you, my friends. So can you. I hate hypocrisy. Double standards. I don't like it. I don't like it. You should be allowed to say it. Oh, boy.
Papa, déjalo. Está bien, déjalo, déjalo. Déjalo, déjalo.
Shut up. You know what? I have no pity for these guys. Fuck these guys. Let me tell you something. You come into my country illegally. You disrespect the law of the country that is willing to accept so many people and help so many countries around the world. You make your anchor babies and you don't teach them respect. Let me tell you something right now. The fact that he's going in there and saying bitch ass nigga right there, it tells me this illegal criminal alien has failed to be a good parent to this kid who is now to be a grown man, and then he's going to come into the Dennis Herrera show and call me a traitor because I respect the American law. Well, I'm not that kind of migrant. And they hate that. They're jealous. They get angry because they can't have what I have been given. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. There is time I have no money to pay bills on time. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices. I learned throughout life, I can't live a luxurious life if I don't have luxurious life money. A lot of people in the world, not just America, a lot of people in the world, they live beyond their means. And then they bitch and complain about the government, like these so-called socialist Democrats. They don't want to work, but they want to own their own yacht. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to work, but they want to drive a Mercedes. Which is funny because Mercedes is being used for taxis in Europe. That's crazy. It's true, though. It's true. It's true. They don't want to work, but they want to be rich. Even though they say, tax the rich. They'd rather go sell drugs, join gangs. Check this out. This is true. You can say if I'm right or wrong. They leave families to join gangs. Because to support a family means you got to follow some rules and respect your parents. They don't want to get a job. They'd rather sell drugs. Because to have an honest living means that you have to go to work on time. And you got to pay taxes. So it's easier for them to become gangbangers, sell drugs. In the long run, well, they pay the price when they get caught. And if our leaders our judicial courts, those lawmakers, would allow for the laws to be enforced, these criminals will think twice about becoming criminals. It's the truth. It's a fact of life. Burger King employee in Brainsville, I think that's what you say that, Brainsville, Pennsylvania, spots the star of David on a father's chest while he's ordering food for his family and decides to play pro-Palestine activist by throwing Free Palestine. It's fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at this retard. Don't even know what the fuck.
Here at Burger King, no problem. So back in the car right now, obviously very upset, but we asked for a refund and we left the place.
Mehdi Hassan, this is a fucking hypocrite right here. A fast-talking liar right here. Mehdi Hassan. I don't even know if that's his real account, but just want to remind you all that if a Democratic president had referred to red states as dirty and filthy and smelly and gross, it would have led the entire media, not just Fox, for days on end, and screaming Republicans would have demanded a public apology. Shut the hell up. You fucking retards are constantly talking shit about us. President Trump and the magatards, all the retards, all those Americans who voted for Trump, shut the hell up. I live in a blue state. In some areas, it's true. But not the whole state. But just because Trump is saying it, let's hear it.
D.C. was rid of it. They want to get rid of the presidency. They want to have an appointed executive running. That's a communist thing, you know. That's a communist thing. These are sick people. And, you know, I said it the other day, and it maybe doesn't sound that important, but when a country goes bad, like look at the blue cities, what do they have in common, aside from massive crime? Much more crime. The Republicans have very little crime. But what do the blue cities have in mind? And also you can say this with nations when they go bad. The blue cities have something in common: crime, high crime, vicious, violent crime. But what do they have in common? They're all dirty. They're filthy dirty. Their streets are dirty. Their streets smell. Their storefronts are broken. Their trees are all gross. Everything about the place is dirty. And I don't want to mention any specific city. It's really all of them. But you go into these cities that are blue, they're crime-ridden, and they're filthy dirty. They're like Washington, D.C. was a year and a half ago, with graffiti all over the place, with crime all over the place, with people afraid to be here. You had to be ashamed of your capital. Some of the most beautiful buildings built in the real time. Like you look at the Supreme Court building and they put graffiti on it. The most beautiful columns I've ever seen. In fact, our columns are going to be nicer at the ballroom. I said, I want the Supreme Court, but better. But you look at those columns, how magnificent, and then you see graffiti on the side of the building. No artistry, just bad people. But the one thing they all have in common, crime, the two things, crime, but they're disgusting. They're filthy dirty. The streets are dirty. They have people lying all over the street doing you know what. They're all the same. And this is what we're going to put in it. Not going to happen in our country. Get rid of it.
Hey, but he ain't lying. It is true. JS, look at this stupid comment from JS. Listen to what he says. The GOP is, let me read this, grand old pedophiles. That may have been true when Biden was the president. Maybe Barack Obama when he was president. Why is it that you guys want the GOP so bad, Democrats? I think the libtard JS on here has given us the insight. Libtards, That's what they think the GOP is. That's why they want it so bad. Unbelievable. This guy. They want to be Republicans so bad. They want to be real Americans so bad. That's what they want. Unbelievable. Well, you know what? Democrats have signed their own demise. They are killing their own, they're eating their own, they're destroying their own, something that we are not going to do. And this is why I talk very hard and direct to my Republican brothers. Show us the Epstein files. What I want to hear from you libtards is what is in the files that you have found. The files that are public, what have you learned from them? That's what I want to hear. Nothing. That's what. You haven't learned shit. You're just waiting to hear somebody tell you what to do, what to think, how to act, where to go, what to say. That is the libtards in a nutshell. Oh, snap. Who's this? Devery. What are you saying here, brother? This is 11 minutes.
All the white kids, meaning they're calling for segregation. They both agree that if you're black going to university, you should be put with all the black kids. And if you're a white kid going to university, you should be put with all the white kids, meaning they're calling for segregation. This is fascinating.
It's like you don't do kids of color service by plucking them out and making them one of a few.
Yes.
And then scattering them about the campus.
I think that's absolutely right. And it describes more of my high school experience, even though I was popular.
Yeah.
Than it did my college experience, which I loved.
Yeah.
I loved because.
Did you guys hear that? I want you to, I don't know if he's going to point it out. You know what? Let me play the whole clip and see what he points out. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
Because at the time that I went to Harvard, which we're contemporaries in terms of the timing of it, there was a sizable black community on campus. And it was like I found my people in a sense, you know, the people who had similar life experiences and backgrounds that I had.
And there it is, folks. That is the mentality that holds people back. Listen, I know there are people out there that would defend the idea that you need to find your own tribe, people who look like you, and hang around them. I know there are people who truly believe that. Unfortunately, I just don't. And maybe I'm biased on the issue because that was never me. And I got to experience both sides of it. I went to an all-black high school and an all-white high school. And I can tell you there's definitely a difference. At the end of the day, I don't really care about other people's skin color. If I'm going to the university, I think I'm going there to develop myself, obviously get the education I need and move on with my life. What does my skin color have to do with any of that? But that's the problem with Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama. Everything is about skin color.
All right, he didn't point it out.
About the campus.
I think that's.
Pay attention to what she says.
Absolutely right. And it describes more of my high school experience, even though I was popular.
Yeah.
Than it.
So what I catch from it is that this is the black woman who wants segregation. It's a racist mentality. She wants segregation and wants to be with people of her own skin. This is why he replies as well. But here is what I'm looking at. She says that she was in a white high school where she was the minority, but she was very popular. I don't know how you see that, but I don't see a problem. If anything, sounds to me like white people are very nice. And they like black people because she was a minority and she was very popular, she says. The argument doesn't make sense, does it? Except I'm racist and I want to be with my own skin color people. Oh, the libtards. Never learn. What is this shit?
On the grounds of the Seattle Center. We're here because it's been a week and a day since that horrible mass shooting here at the Seattle Center during the Bite of Seattle Food Festival. And we're still trying to get information from Seattle police. You know, it was slow go that first night. What we want to know now is what is the status on the potential arrest of a third suspect, and is there indeed a fourth or fifth suspect? The police department has said that there could be potentially other suspects, so we're asking that question. And one of the things that we noticed in court documents is that there appears to be a fourth weapon, and we know that only 3 have been recovered, so we're asking about that. We also asked to interview the new interim police chief. Today's his first day. We've been told he's not available today. That doesn't mean we won't keep pressing and asking questions. We'd like to know about that portal that they put up to find out how many people have actually uploaded videos or photos. They're asking witnesses to come forward. They need more information.
You know, it probably would have been easier if we had cameras installed still. You're depending on people to be recording with their phones? Huh. That's interesting to me today. It is interesting to me that there is people out there who have a problem with such said government spying on everyday Americans with these government cameras. But everybody today, maybe 30 years ago, okay. But everybody today has cameras recording in public property. Everybody has a phone recording. But they have a problem having 4K cameras overlooking at the crowds, at the people. They shut down the cameras. You understand? They shut down the cameras. And now they wonder why they can't find any footage of the shooting. If they would stop fear-mongering people, they would have some footage today. And maybe we would be in the process of justice. But no, the libtards, listen, it's not even just the libtards. You understand? You ready for this? The illegal immigrants protested the cameras and they took them down. You cannot make this up. They sat out there with their signs and saying, yes, I'm undocumented and I have rights. They protested and got those cameras shut down. America, choose wisely. Choose wisely. Unbelievable. White people, be honest. Have you ever felt even a small amount of guilt because of your race? I like turning tables. Black people, be honest. Have you ever felt a small amount of guilt because of the color of your skin? I love turning tables around. Me neither. Me neither. It's so funny. It's so funny. Black men owned slaves. The black men sold as slaves. Muslims sold as slaves. Africans enslaved their own tribes. Native Americans enslaved their own tribes. Native Americans own African slaves. Native Americans also were conquering land here in their time. White people had slaves. Everybody had slaves. Reparations, they say. Well, doggone it, I want to go to an Indian reservation and say, I want reparations for what you Indians did to my ancestors. Oh, my God, bro. I love my job. I love my job. I love doing this. I hope I can do it for a very long time. For another year and a half before I can run for office. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue. Uh-oh. Illegal aliens are police officers in Illinois, yet they cannot even legally acquire a gun. What?
Just to confirm though, too. So they hired you on, you had work authorization?
Correct.
And you were able to carry a firearm?
No.
Okay.
On duty, yes. Off duty, no.
So on duty, you could carry a firearm.
State of Illinois, you need a FOID and a CCW to carry a weapon off duty.
But on duty, you could?
Correct.
Wow. You know, what's crazy about this is I don't know anything about him other than he says he loves America. The problem is he's not even a citizen. So he can't own a firearm legally in our country, but he's being given a firearm by the state of Illinois as a police officer in the state. And apparently they just, all you have to have is work authorization in this state. That is insane.
Absolutely. That is crazy. But I heard that, see, this guys on the left, they want, thank you, GoPro. G-Bro. I couldn't be a police officer because I wasn't a citizen. This is a long time ago. Only citizens can own guns. You understand that? Not resident aliens. You can't own guns. If you have a green card, you cannot own a gun. But there, in certain states, of course, blue states, they are allowing green card holders or just legal aliens to work for the police. It's crazy. They allow, I don't know how that works, man, because every law says that they can't. But somehow they can. That is crazy, man. That is crazy.
You haven't even sworn allegiance to our country yet. And yet we're giving you a firearm. Now, this guy may be a great guy, but how many others are working in our country as police officers who aren't great guys?
Good point, my friend. Touche. Real America's voice. That is crazy. And yet, the Democrats want to say all of these bad things about your great POTUS, President Trump. Remember that police officer? He wasn't a citizen in Dearborn, Michigan. He was a police officer. That's crazy. Yeah, I know here in Washington, I was told, we can look it up real quick. I was told we cannot own guns. Let's see. Oh, okay. It says, yes, green card holders can legally own and purchase firearms under U.S. federal law, treated similarly to U.S. citizens. To buy a gun, they must present a valid green card, government-issued photo ID with a current address, pass a background check via ATF, Form 4473, and follow all state-specific licensing and residency requirements. Holy shit. Maybe I was wrong. I could have swore only citizens can carry guns. Interesting. But see, but what he says aligns with what I'm saying. As a green card holder, you haven't made an oath to the United States of America. Your allegiance still belongs to a foreign government. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember the oath, if there was one for green card holders. So I guess green card holders can own a gun. Yeah, I guess they can. So, what is this law? An individual who is not a citizen, this is RCW 941-171. Individual who is not a citizen or national of the United States, possession of firearms, requirements and penalty. It is a Class C felony for any person who is not a citizen of the United States of America to carry or possess any firearm, unless the person is a lawful permanent resident, has obtained a valid non-citizen firearm license. Okay, so there is a loophole. Okay, all right. So, okay, I got you. Okay. So it is a non-citizen firearm license. That's what that is. Okay, I guess that could make sense. Hey, if it's in the law, it's in the law. We're not gonna argue that. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. What did Brian say? Brian say? Brian. What did Brian say? Streamlabs. It's always working. Yeah, background checks. Absolutely. Definitely need to have some background checks. All right. Man, you see all the stuff that comes through the X live feed? I get a lot of libtard stuff to go through, but sometimes good stuff sneaks in. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, I thank you guys for being here with me. I appreciate your love. Appreciate the support. You guys are always amazing, man. And I tell you, I got 3 days, no sleep. I don't know, you guys just bring out this energy out in me. You get my adrenaline pumping. It's the only way I can do this job, man. This may change in the future, but for now, this is what we do. I want to say thank you for joining. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for your patience. If you were a former libtard, God bless you. And thank God that you have seen the truth. For now, you can think with common sense. For the rest of you guys, we'll continue to pray that God enlightens you in one way or another. I hope it's by the good way, not the bad way. Thank you, members. Thank you. Thank you all, Teddy. Good to see you saying hello in there. We'll see you on the next one. You all be blessed. Be good. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. We'll see you on the next one.